hello. Oh my God, I can't hear myself. Hang on. There we go. That's better. Hi, everyone. Oh man. All right. Please confirm that you can see me and hear me. I feel like there is a lot of latency today because I have my own stream up and it's like a solid 30 seconds behind. Maybe let me refresh my own stream and we'll see how that goes. Friends, hello. Welcome in. How are we? Gosh, it is weird streaming on YouTube, but when you've been streaming almost 3 whole years on Twitch, it is very nerve-wracking going to a different platform and just trying to like figure it out. But I think I got it. I think we are good to go. Mother, hello. Good to see you. Everyone, Josita Noelia is my mom. Just to let you know. So thank you, everyone. Thank you. First, I have to give a major shout out to everyone that is here from Twitch that normally attends my Twitch streams. Thank you so much for making me feel a little bit more comfortable for my first YouTube stream. I really appreciate it. It is nice to see some familiar names and it just makes me feel more comfy because I was very nervous today. I was like sitting here figuring out OBS and making sure that like the stream key was good and by the way, YouTube has automatic closed captions. Can someone turn them on and just let me know if that is working? Because Twitch doesn't have that. I have like an extension for closed captions that I run on my stream, but YouTube has it built in, which is super nice. They might be a little bit behind just because latency, and it probably takes the system some time to generate the words, but let me know if that's working. John, hello, it's good to see you again. Saw the Jeopardy portion. Yesterday's stream was super fun. I had a lot of fun with my friends. It was my first game show night. We played Jeopardy. We played a bunch of like miniature games, and then we played Trivial Pursuit and Pictionary, and it was so much fun. It's weird compared to the Twitch ones. Okay, tad behind, but working. Okay, cool. The web window I'm chatting in says the stream starts in 18 minutes. So the link that I used for the live stream, when I went live, it like automatically started the stream. I just assumed it worked that way for everybody. Also, looking at my stream right now, hang on, what is this? YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Okay, so Popcorn in Bed is also live right now, Cassie, and I had her stream open and she was dealing with issues too. Apparently it was choppy, not super smooth, little bit of buffering. That is not my fault. That is definitely YouTube's issue. Thank goodness that it is not my fault. So I do apologize for all that. Brian, welcome in. Good to see you. Taskmaster, hello. Shane, good to see you. Angel, hello. Carlos, good to see you. Yes, I could watch The Terminator for sure. Make sure that you use my movie suggestion form. Can someone test !suggest, or I guess any commands that I have set up? Because I don't know if that is, I don't know if that's gonna go through or not. Berlin, hello. Davey, good to see you. Closed captions didn't work for you. Okay. Good to know. All right, so the bot is not... I wonder how that's gonna work. Oh, let me see. I don't know that there is... I thought it was just gonna be automatic. Like I didn't have to do anything with the commands. But yeah, they're not working. Yeah, I can't control it, Tyler. Not my fault, but communication disruption can mean only one thing, invasion. Yes, apparently we're back now. We're at excellent stream health status. We might be going in and out. Of that kind of stuff. So just as a heads up. Thank you. One of my patrons, Abshur, bought this for me. I don't have a PO box because I live in a very small town in Canada, which means that I am easily findable, which is not a vibe. So I don't give my PO box out publicly, but what I do have is I have a Throne wish list, and it's like a privacy gifting service where someone can purchase me a gift and I don't get their personal information and they don't get mine. So they're like a middleman. They order the product on that person's behalf and then they ship it to me. So yeah, Abshur suggested me the link for this, and then I was able to put it on the wish list, and then he bought it for me. So I'm not gonna drink out of him because I don't want to. I was like, this is just a decor item. He is gonna live permanently on my desk because I love it so much. So anyway, but how are we, guys? How is, yeah, commands aren't working, which is kind of problematic because that means the timers won't work either, which is not a vibe. So maybe I will get the mods to just kind of here and there post the messages. I think that might work. Mods, are you okay with that? I will send them to you in Discord. Does that work? Let me just get my mods all situated here. Okay, so there's one. I just had a few like information-y things kind of set up with like links and things that was gonna run in chat just so that as people come in, they can like see the important stuff. Let me just send them all of this. And mods, I appreciate it. Thank you. One day I'll figure out how to get the timers and stuff working. Also, let me get rid of all these embeds because that just takes up too much space. Okay, that's all of them. Yeah, there was just 5 of them. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Of course, it's never a stream without like tech stuff, tech issues and like running into hiccups. Like, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know how to do anything. Guys, Ty, it's good to see you. Throne is a smart solution, yeah. So I used to have a wish list through something called Stream Gifts, and that was fine, but it was limited to Amazon only. Whereas Throne, you can pretty much add just about anything from any website. They do have some limitations, but they got a wider selection of websites that you can put items from. So I switched to them, and it's been a really good experience so far. So yeah, that if anyone ever wants to send me anything, I just direct them to there. They can either like purchase something that's already on the wish list that I've added, or like I said, you can suggest an item and then I can either approve it or deny it. And when I've approved it, you get a notification that it's now there and then it can be purchased. So it's a nice solution for folks like myself that don't live in a big city where it doesn't matter if I give out the PO box. It's a lot trickier in a smaller town. I think one day I could open like a business PO box in the nearest city to me, and then I could give that out, and then just make. I go to the city like once a month, so I could just stop by the PO box and grab everything, and that might work. But I think Throne is it's a good option right now. So, Mike, hi, welcome in. I'm glad you've enjoyed the videos. So I guess since a bunch of you are here now, I just want to say welcome in. Thank you for coming to hang out with me. This stream, I don't know how long we'll be streaming for. Probably at least 2 hours. I don't have a firm end time, so unless I get really hungry or a lot of people have left and there's things to do, or like once the vibe, I'm just feeling like I'm ready to be done, then I'll probably call it quits. But for reference, most of my streams on Twitch are 4 hours long. So 4 hours is like a good amount of time for me. It's what I'm used to. So we could expect the stream today to be 4 hours long, but I am not going to say it will be 4 hours long. I don't know when I'm going to end is what I'm saying. So, and then this stream will be available to watch on my channel once it's done. So if anyone is watching this in the future, hi, I hope you're enjoying the live stream that is now a recorded stream. Is that a Bopper? Hello. I refuse to call you Dan. I'm sorry, Bopper. I've been calling you Bopper for like 2.5 years, and it just is weird to me to call you Dan. So I hope that's okay with you. If there's anyone in here, like also Mike Foster, like I know him as Scarred Vulcan, so I've always just called him Vulcan, and it's like it's strange seeing people's real names. Mom, yeah, all right, cool. Mom embarrassing me on Twitch, mom embarrassing me on YouTube. It's what we do. It's fine. So, well, hello. Excited for Andor? Yes, I am. I wasn't when the trailer first came out because when I watched Rogue One, his character didn't like super hook me in. Come say hi. People can see you because we're live. Come here. Ella, come here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Good today. Say hi to YouTube. It is the sweetest girl. Hello, my love. Oh, we're falling. We're falling. Unfortunately, Data Jake, thanks. Yeah, good girl does not work here. Oh, I know you're also Dan, but okay, I was talking about Andor. Yes, I'm excited for the show. When I watched Rogue One for the first time, Cassian didn't fully interest me. I have since rewatched Rogue One. I actually watched Rogue One last weekend with my mom and stepdad because they hadn't seen it yet. And it was much more fun watching it a second time, I will admit. I bumped my rating up to 5 out of 5 stars. Love Rogue One. Great movie. I wasn't super interested in Andor from the first trailer. And it was just because of what I thought of Cassian, just not really being a character that super hooked me in. However, when they released the second trailer of Andor, the most recent one, that totally changed my opinion about the show. And I'm really excited for it now. I'm very excited to get more of that time period, like pre A New Hope, but focusing more on like the average everyday people that, like, you know, we don't have, at least I'm assuming that in Andor we're not going to have like super big popular characters in the show. Maybe mentions of them, but I don't think we'll have any significant appearances. So it's going to be really nice to just focus more on like regular people living under the Empire, their day-to-day, their work to, like, you know, do what they're going to do. So I'm looking forward to it a lot. Stop for dinner on our ride home in State College. Just wanted to wish you a good stream. Thank you, Bopper. I appreciate it very much. Oh, Crispy Lips. I love that username. Welcome in. What metal bands are you currently listening to? Ginger, Lorna Shore, Metallica always. I'm always listening to Metallica. Parkway Drive, Plot and You, like Moths to Flames. Those are like the ones that come front of mind right now. Brian, no, I don't have anything on Throne for Ella. She is not a toy girl. She has no interest in toys. And I really have to be careful with treats for her because she just recently had her tumors removed from her stomach and small intestine, and peanut butter, which was her favorite thing to eat ever, she can no longer have because her insides have totally affected how peanut butter like goes through her now. And when she eats peanut butter now, her gas is the most awful and vile smelling thing I've ever smelled. And I thought I could handle it, but after like maybe 3 weeks of trying, I was like, I can't do it. So I'm gonna try some like natural almond butter for her to see if maybe that will help. So yeah, I just want to be careful with treats. Also, there was a treat I gave her a few years ago that caused an ear infection, and that was a time. So yeah, I do have to be really careful with treats. So unfortunately, I don't have anything for her. But I will look one day, and I could add some stuff. Is that a King Argaroth? Hello, King. How are you? They did, Shane. They did. They did enjoy the movie, yeah. Oh, 2 seasons of it. Yes. I'm very excited. I feel like it's been a long time since I've watched a show that was only a couple seasons long. I feel like, well, apart from the ones that Netflix, like, cancels, which I haven't watched a show on Netflix where they've, like, canceled it after 1 season, but it'll be nice to watch like a more shorter show, I guess. But HR guy, hello. This is totally a dab. I know it's not called a dab, but an elbow cough is basically a dab. Yes. I feel 65 years old trying to work this out. I know YouTube chat is such a different experience from Twitch. I'm not a huge fan of the chat experience on YouTube, but I mean, it is what it is. And I know that YouTube people are working really hard to improve the streaming experience here on the site. So yeah, I'm just waiting for YouTube to incorporate some more like Twitch stuff. Cause it's like, I couldn't see myself streaming on YouTube full time, not yet. If YouTube could become more like Twitch, and then my YouTube channel could be like live streams that are good, long form content, short form content. Oh my gosh, it would be so nice to have everything in one place. But at this point, I am not looking to switch from Twitch. I really love Twitch, so. My friend just showed me Architects and they are a solid band. Yes, they are. They are. I don't listen to them that often, but Quisty, hi, it's good to see you. Chosen Nightwolf, hello. Long time no see. It has been some time. I hope you're well. I hope you're well. Who needs more toys when you've got a Kong? Exactly. Dog just recovered from pancreatitis. We're off peanut butter too. She's on a very bland, low-fat diet now. Yeah, I'm grateful that her kibble is fine. And she was able to go right back onto it, no problem. I did have to soak her kibble for quite some time in water after her, well, that wasn't her stomach surgery, actually. She had a dental appointment after I took her in for dental work and she had teeth removed. So I had to like really get her kibble soaked for a long time to get it nice and soft for her to eat it. But now we're back on like normal kibble, unsoaked, and it's fine. Although that reminds me, I saw a TikTok the other day where someone recommended that it's actually better for dogs to like soak the kibble a little bit, just with enough water for the kibble to like soak it all up so that it's not like super soft, but it's a little bit more soft than normal. Apparently it helps to like release the nutrients a bit better or something. I don't know. I saw the TikTok and I was like, maybe I'll try that, because she didn't care that her kibble was floating in water. Like she gobbled it all up. I did, Leo, I did. Edgar, hi. Certain brands of peanut butter have the same thing as chocolate that can raise dogs' heart rate. Don't worry, I totally have checked ingredients on the peanut butter that I've been using for her. I like definitely looked into that and made sure that it didn't have the ingredients that they're not supposed to have. But yeah, like I said, pre-stomach and small intestine surgery that she had, like peanut butter was totally fine for her, and just for whatever reason, her surgery and having all that done, and then after she healed and I like just gave her peanut butter like normal, like man, did it totally change the smell that just came out of her after. So it is what it is. I wish I could make the chat bigger. That's my largest complaint. Bree, what you can do is you can pop out chat, and I'm pretty sure when you do that, you are able to then resize it. So you could either put chat on a different monitor, or you could like resize the stream and then put chat beside it a bit wider. But yeah, I wish you could, yeah. I wish you, like, at least for me, because I have chat right now, like, right built in right beside my, like, stream dashboard. I do wish I could make chat a little bit wider, but that's okay. I can see a lot of your comments all at the same time, so I think it's okay. But, oh gosh. Can someone do a block, please? Slay, hello, Homer, good to see you. Is The Boys on your list? It's only 3 seasons. It is a show that I would like to get into, but it's not a priority right now. I don't have too much time on my own personal time to watch much TV shows. I'm also doing a lot of TV shows on Patreon, and I've got like a lot of Star Wars shows lined up. I'm currently in season 4 now of Clone Wars. And I'm starting House of the Dragon tomorrow. And then after Clone Wars, we're doing Rebels, Bad Batch, Andor, Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett, and then hopefully Ahsoka will be out by the time that is all done. I'm sure it will be. So yeah, we've got lots of Star Wars content over on Patreon. And for those that can't do Patreon, because I understand money and things, it did, Jake. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. If for those of you that can't do Patreon, which is totally fine, I'll be putting like recap videos on my YouTube channel. If you haven't watched my season 1 and 2 video for Clone Wars, definitely go check that out. I do it in a format that's really fun. So basically I give through a season, like a quick episode recap, and then I dive into my brief thoughts about the episode, and then I rank it on a tier maker list. I lumped seasons 1 and 2 together just because they were both kind of slower, less exciting seasons. Moving forward, I will just do 1 season per video. So I'm currently working on season 3 of Clone Wars and Stranger Things 4. So those videos should be out before the end of the month. And then as I keep watching more TV shows, then I'll just keep making these review and recap videos. And then you guys are the first to hear this because I haven't shared it anywhere. It's something I've like kept inside. I am going to be, so once Clone Wars is done, like once I'm done watching it, or maybe before I'm done watching it. I haven't decided how I'm going to do this, but what I've decided is that I'm going to make a reaction video available to the public, one video from each season. So for Clone Wars, I'll be picking an arc from every single season. Either I'll be picking it or I'll actually get you guys to vote on YouTube. And I will release it as like a come see what a watch along for a full length watch along for a TV series is like. Here's a free one. Here's like the Mandalore trilogy, which is probably the one for season 2 that I'm going to release for free, is the Mandalore trilogy, because it was such a good one. It was like one of my favorites. It still is one of my favorites. So like that one will end up being free. So then you can go on Patreon, you can get the link, you can see what it's like, and then that gives people an idea of like what to expect, because that's how all the videos are. So that will happen very soon. You're the first to hear about it. And I'll be doing that for every show. I don't know what episode I'm going to do for Stranger Things 4. I'll probably also get you guys to vote on YouTube to determine which episode I release for free. But that's the plan. Bree, thank you. I appreciate. The bots are even more obnoxious here. Well, we don't have a buy followers bot yet, but we have 69 I have a girl for you bots, which we don't get on Twitch. Josh, welcome in. Hello. Hey, Skeleton. Well, should I call you Skeleton or should I call you Ryder? I feel like Ryder is a little bit easier on the mouth to say. I am doing good. How are you? It's good to see you. Please don't tell them. Well, yes, I have looked into the Acolyte briefly. Released in 2024, it will take place 100 years before the first Star Wars episode. Yeah, that one is at the end of the High Republic, is it not, if I remember correctly? I think that, yeah, I think I remember reading that. I'm excited for that one too, because I am playing right now. I'm playing through Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2 currently on my Twitch stream. I played the first game. It was amazing. I uploaded part of a stream to YouTube, actually. If you go on my channel, the Darth Revan reveal, I snipped like that 20-minute section where you find out about it, and then you fight Malak and all the things. I have that like whole bit on my YouTube channel if you haven't seen it. That was such an amazing moment. One of the best moments I've ever experienced in a video game. So I'm playing through the second one right now. I actually think I'm liking the second one more than the first. And there's a few reasons why, but I'm not done the game yet, so I'll talk about the game when I'm like finished it. But it's going really well, and I'm having a lot of fun. And I like that those games take place a long time ago, like 4,000 years before the first movie. So yeah, it's been a good time. What are your thoughts of Clone Wars? I love it. Definitely go check out the video that Brie linked. It's my season 1 and 2 thoughts and review and episode ranking. Despite the first 2 seasons being a little bit like slower and not super exciting, I really had fun with it. I had a really good time. There was lots of episodes that I loved. And I just liked getting even like the filler episodes. There were some of them that I really enjoyed just because it was nice to have like, I don't know, it was just nice to have those filler episodes. It's nice to get a lot more backstory onto people, and it's nice to see a lot of new species and characters and all sorts of stuff. And it's also great to get to know the clones a bit more too. I just finished season 3 like 2 weeks ago. Last week? 2 weeks ago. Can't remember. Season 3 was good. Season 3 was good. We're starting to now get into like the real meat of it. So I know that people are like patiently waiting for seasons 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna blast through the rest of the show. I'm probably gonna wrap it up next month. It took me a bit to get through the first few seasons just because Ella had her medical emergency, so I didn't watch anything for a bit. And then, I mean, it's a lot. We have like 134 different episodes to get through. There's 133 episodes for Clone Wars, and then there was the full-length film that I watched way back at the beginning of the first season. So it's 134 things total, and it's a lot, but I'm really enjoying it. I'm very glad that I started watching it. Very, very glad. It has me also more excited to just get to the rest of the shows because I know that people are very excited for The Mandalorian. I'm very excited for The Mandalorian. I'm excited for Rebels just because of Obi-Wan Kenobi seeing the Grand Inquisitor. I know the Grand Inquisitor is in Rebels, so I'm excited to see more of that. It's gonna be fun. I'm excited. The woman show running The Acolyte made a very good movie I liked that is nothing like Star Wars called Sleeping with Other People. Interested to see what she does. Cool. It would be cool seeing Palpatine's master in it. That is a good point, yes. Worked on the first season of Russian Doll, which was great as well. That's a show I haven't heard of before. It would be cool at the end seeing Palpatine kill his master because he said he did in Revenge of the Sith. And then it would like, I mean, I think a lot of people think Plagueis is just like a tale and maybe didn't actually happen. I think it did. It would be cool if that was it, but I don't know if it's taking. Do we know how old Palpatine is? Like, does he have an age associated with him? I don't know, but. Love your Star Wars movies reactions, and I'm into a lot recently. Into it a lot when you're reacting to them. Thank you, I appreciate that. They were a lot of fun to make. I'm glad that I finally have watched the movies and it's like under my belt now, and I am moving forward into like more Star Wars stuff, but. Pyro, hello, good to see you. Ashton, hi. Yes, I do. Coming on Patreon as soon as Clone Wars is done. So there's like an official timeline order for Star Wars, like every major event in chronological order, and it has the TV show. So yeah, as soon as Clone Wars is done, the Bad Batch is next timeline wise. We've got Bad Batch and then Rebels and then Andor and then Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett, Ahsoka. And then the Acolyte is like the very first one, but we'll probably be done all the shows before the Acolyte comes out. So that'll work out beautifully. But that's the plan. That's the plan, is just to continue in that timeline order. I think that's best for me at the moment. And Rebels and Bad Batch are like fairly short. It shouldn't take too long to get through them. So yes, I'm excited. It's lots of fun. Lots of fun. Thank you, Angel. I appreciate it. Toady, hello. How are you? It's good to see you. He looks like a normal guy, so I don't think he's that old. True, very true. Yeah, so if it takes place 100 years ago, I don't, like, Palpatine wouldn't even be alive then, right? Do you like The Mandalorian the most? If you're referring to the Mandalorian TV show, I have not watched it. It is coming in a few months, I guess, maybe? I don't actually know. Depends when I finish the other shows. 1 second. Ella would like to be outside. Let me just go let her outside. I am going to be watching my friend's dog starting tomorrow for like 5 days. So if you want to see Ella's best friend, definitely come to Twitch tomorrow night and Tuesday night. And now I'm out of breath because I was running. What kind of breed is Ella? She is a English Staffordshire Terrier. She is also crossed with something, but we don't know what. She's a rescue. Got her when she was 7. She's from Palm Springs, California, and then she was transported up here to Alberta. She was hit by a car in the summer of 2016, and I don't know at the time if she had a family or if she was a stray. I have no idea. But yeah, she was hit by a car. She ended up being taken in. She's completely blind in her left eye and has been since the accident. And then November 2016, there was a rescue in Calgary, Alberta that they work with companies, technically companies. They work with rescues in California to ship up pit bulls and chihuahuas mostly here in Canada so that they can be adopted out. So I wasn't even looking to get a dog, like seriously, and I just happened to check this one company, this one rescue's website, and then I saw her. And I was like, I saw she was 7, I saw she was blind, but I don't know, there was something that drew me to her, and I asked to meet her. And that was in like mid-December of 2016, and nobody had showed interest in her. She had been with the foster for like 6 weeks. And nobody had expressed interest in meeting her until me. And then I met her, and, well, I just liked her. I remember, like, she didn't make a single noise. She was just very calm and very quiet. And I mean, she always is. Like, she rarely barks. She does not make much of a noise at all. If she does see someone, she'll sometimes growl, but she rarely barks. She will bark when she's ready to be let in the house. So then I'll go get her. But that's like pretty much the only time she barks, is just to let me know when she's ready to come in the house. So yeah, I've had her since the end of December. I got her right after Christmas. I picked her up on the 27th. So it's coming up on 6 years, which is awesome. She'll be 13 in November, which is crazy. It's so funny because like she looks old because her face is all gray now. Hey Bois, how's it going? She's gonna be 13. She looks it because in her face, but it's so funny because when I look back at photos of her from when she was 7, like when I adopted her, she does not look 7 to me. She looks like she's 2. Like, she looks so young in comparison to how she is now. So Paus was only 88 when he died. Thought the character was much older. I mean, he definitely looks it. But cool to see the YouTube stream happening. Thanks, Toady. It was kind of strange figuring it out, but I think I got it. I do not know how to get Stream Elements to work though, for like timers and commands and stuff. I thought I set it up good, but they're not working, so I might have to bug you. I don't know what you use for your bot for when you stream on YouTube, so I'll DM you, Toady, and I'll ask some questions if that's okay. Yeah, Will, I'm excited. I'm very excited. We love our best Chonk. Yes, she's very good. I love her very much, and I'm very grateful that when she had her medical issues back in April, I'm glad that everything worked out okay. I'm just gonna use this opportunity to thank you again. I had set up a GoFundMe, which was, I feel like, the hardest part of that week was actually doing that, because I'm not someone that is comfortable like asking for help ever. So between like Twitch people, IRL friends and family, and YouTube people that watch my videos, you guys threw in a total of like $3,300, which was a big chunk because I ended up spending like 14 grand on her in April. It's a very expensive month. So that 3,300 helped a lot. So I just want to say another thank you for that. That meant a lot, and I appreciate it very much. She never barked all last weekend. No, she didn't at all, actually. You were right. She didn't bark a single time. Oh, let me check this question form. Oh, yeah, a few of you have put in quite a few questions, which is awesome. Although there is a question here that there's a few questions here that I've actually already answered because I saw them in chat. But I can always answer them again, just to make sure that it does get captured for people that are watching. Anyway, before I get into that though, because I think maybe I'll just answer questions like throughout the stream. We won't have like a certain segment or anything, but the talk about TV shows though, like coming in, the TV shows that we were talking about. Is there anyone that's excited for any show coming out soon that like isn't Star Wars related? We were talking about Star Wars TV shows for a long time, but is there... Quisty, thank you. I'm wondering if my alerts are gonna work. Hey! The blue color kind of blends into my lights behind me. Quisty, thank you for the $1.49. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. I'm very glad that my alerts work. Alerts are set up for super chats and memberships. So if you sign up as like a subscriber on my channel, it's weird. Like, to me, it should be subscriber, but subscriber is the name for when you follow a channel. And a member is when you like pay to be part of a channel with like emotes and a badge and everything. So it's a bit confusing because subscribers on Twitch are like paid people, but subscribers on YouTube are followers. So kind of, anyway. Although I think that alert came up, did it come up as a US dollar amount or Canadian? I don't know what it came up as, but is it Klon? I hope that's right. Welcome in. Lights are beautiful. Thank you. The lights behind me, if anyone is curious, it's by a brand called Twinkly, TWINKLY.com. Twinkly.com, they are a Christmas light brand mostly, but they do, like, you don't have to use their lights for Christmas decorations. You can use them all the time. They're basically smart lights. So they come with an app and you can change. I'm not sponsored by them, by the way. I bought the lights myself. I bought the lights myself back in December. But yeah, it comes with an app, and there are like a ton of different like options that you can have, and you can you can create your own, and it's really, really cool. Like legit, there's so many different ones. Some of these are ones that I've created myself. Like I created a Star Wars one where we've got the colors of like the yellow from the Star Wars logo, and then we've got the blue for the Jedi and the red for the Sith. So I had that in the background of a few Star Wars reactions. And then we've got like ones like fire, and we have like pyrotechnics. We've got like fancy like woo things. There's also like a strobe one, which is not a vibe. We do not want to put that on or use that ever. We've got like rainbow rotation. Anyway, there's a bunch of different ones. I typically stick to like the same few, and that's just kind of how I go. But the ones that I have, Josh, you can. The only downside is that I don't have speakers. But once I get speakers, yes, you can set them to follow music, and they will do their thing to the music. I just don't have speakers because I use headphones pretty much all the time. But I do want to buy speakers one day because it would be nice to be able to edit my videos without having to wear earbuds or headphones. I've just been lazy. I know speakers are relatively cheap for a computer, but I just haven't bought any. One day. Excited for House of the Dragon, as you mentioned earlier. Yes, me too. Very excited. Give me The Last of Us right now. Also same, because The Last of Us filmed so much in my province. They were in Edmonton, downtown Edmonton. They blocked off like 2 streets and made them all apocalyptic-y. And then they filmed in Calgary. They filmed at my old college, which I went to SAIT. I went to SAIT College way back in the day. They turned that whole campus into one of the locations in the game. They filmed on a very popular bridge in Calgary that I'm really excited to see, all like torn apart and stuff. They also filmed in Waterton National Park, which is one of my favorite national parks in the whole country. Waterton is beautiful, so I'm really excited to see shots from there and see like how they made it look and everything. So yeah, I'm just super excited. I'm super excited to recognize locations. Alberta has become like a very, very popular filming location in recent, like, I feel like the last 15 years at least. Because like Inception was filmed here, Interstellar was filmed here. Was it The Revenant? Is that the one with Leonardo DiCaprio? Like, I haven't seen it. Is that the one with Leo and the bear? That was filmed here. We've got The Last of Us now. There's been like a few big shows and movies that have been filmed here. So I'm just excited to see more. So watching you react to Christmas lights in August. I could change it to Christmas lights. They're not Christmassy right now, but we absolutely have like the red and the green a setting that I could change it to. We've got like this. That's very Christmassy. But I'm gonna put it back on the one that I like. So been liking She-Hulk so far. I think my friend is Mikey planning on reacting to that? I'm not sure. Looking forward to Cobra Kai season 5. Nice. What are your thoughts on Obi-Wan? Ryder. All of my reactions for Obi-Wan Kenobi are on my channel, so I would encourage you. You can watch the reactions and then watch my thoughts and recap part, or you can watch the thoughts part only and see what I thought of every single episode. Amazing, amazing show. I really enjoyed it. I know that a lot of people had issues with it, wasn't their favorite thing, and that's fine. I learned of people's criticisms and I get it. Like, I totally don't blame them for their criticisms at all. I'm an easy pleaser for the most part, so I really enjoyed the show. I really, really enjoyed the show. Josh, hi, welcome in. How are you? Kind of like a punchline. Legend, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Or is it Kenshiro? One of the two. Maybe Legend, I'll just call you, if that's okay. Stargate was Vancouver. Not sure. Haven't seen it. Ghostbusters Afterlife was filmed in Alberta. Cool. Do you have summer lights? I don't have anything that's called summer. Or do I? Let me check. No, there's really nothing in here called summer, but there's a lot of like I said, you can really customize the lights. So I could make like a really bright, that one's kind of summery. We've got like super bright greens and yellows and blues and purples. Except that changed. We'll just keep it on the Carnival one. Carnival's my favorite. The one that's on right now. I like it because it's not like, it's just a subtle change. So there are a bunch of different light settings where if I put them on, it like drastically changes the camera. Like the camera is focusing on me, right? But to try and keep the auto white balance when the lights behind me are going crazy, my camera has trouble like making me consistent. So, and then I think it looks bad because my camera is struggling to like, you know, keep things balanced. It's like the Christopher Nolan Batman movies and Transformers filmed here in Chicago. Nice. I do have Sunset Mace. Yep. The joke is that they made Blind Spotting into a TV show that follows the events of the movie. First season was really good. They finished filming season 2 and waiting for a premiere date or trailer. Nice. Are you a huge LED light fan? Sort of. I've got these, and then I have... Which way am I going? I've got this guy right here. I won't leave the screen, but when I let Ella out, that would have gone in focus and you'd be able to see it. But that's really it. And then I do have like, you know, the LED keyboard and mouse. But that's it. That's all I have for LED lights. So my whole house is not outfitted. One day I would love to have LED lights in like my living room, maybe my kitchen, but I don't because I can't afford it. So I dropped quite a bit on those lights. These ones, for those of you that maybe have gone to the Twinkly website and are curious what lights I have, this is the 600 piece. So yes, there are 600 lights behind me. Does not look like that many, but trust me, it's a lot of lights. Took me quite a while to set up that little thing behind me, but they also, one thing I want to buy if I can afford it come December, Twinkly sells a pre-lit Christmas tree that I really want because I would love to set up the tree behind me in Christmas time, December, like set it up in November and rock it for like November, December. And then you can use the same app to change the Christmas lights or the lights on the Christmas tree and have the same effects and everything. And I think that would be so fun. But we'll see. It's not exactly cheap, so I paid a pretty penny for these lights. That's why they must green screen those sorts of things then. Yeah, it's funny. So I used to stream with a green screen exclusively. I like always had the green screen up, but that was back when this room was not set up the way I wanted it to be. And once I got lights, once I got this shelving unit behind me, and once I started like putting things up on the walls and I actually started making this room like a nice room that I wanted to be in all the time, I took the green screen down. I was like, I'm done streaming with it because I like having a background. I really don't miss the green screen that much. So I might actually sell it because I don't think I'll ever use it again. I think I used it for a good 2 years. Maybe not even. I think it was like a year and a half. I used it every single stream, but I'm kind of over it now. So I'll probably get rid of it. Probably sell it. I'm sure there's someone out there that would want one. So I don't know if Ella's barking at something or wants me to let her back in. Maybe I'll keep this free so I can hear her. Actually, I don't even need my headphones and I don't know why I'm wearing them, but want to start watching Barry? You should. Which streaming service is Barry on? Why did you start watching Star Wars? Great question. I explained it a little bit in my very first reaction to A New Hope. I explained it at the beginning. I know that a lot of people skip intros, but you do miss important stuff that way sometimes. So in the intro for A New Hope, I explained why I was watching the movies for the first... Oh yeah, Ella wants to come in. One sec. All right, Star Wars. So on my Twitch stream, so I've been streaming on Twitch for almost 3 years. That's like my platform. I was never really on YouTube. Way back in like 2011, I started doing like daily vlogs. They don't exist to the public anymore. They're still on my channel actually, but they're in private mode. Back in the day, I wanted to vlog every single day, and that's when I created my KL YouTube channel, but that didn't last, obviously, and then I just never... I was not someone that really wanted to make content for YouTube, so this account literally just sat. And then I started streaming on Twitch in 2019, and I started playing RPGs, and that was my avenue, that was my content thing. And then in October, I started playing Knights of the Old Republic, because that was a BioWare RPG, and I had played through Dragon Age and Mass Effect, and I loved them. And one of my community members had bought me the 2 games, the KOTOR 1 and 2. And so there they sat, and then I had finished a game. I can't remember which game I had finished, and I was ready to jump into Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. So I started playing the game, knew nothing about Star Wars, like knew some things, like I knew what lightsabers were, and I knew who Darth Vader was, and like Luke and stuff. Like I'd heard of these characters, but I had never seen the movies or anything. So I got thrown into Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, and I really enjoyed it for the RPG that it was and the story that was going on. And so I figured, I'm like, well, I should probably watch the movies soon because I'm liking the game, so I'll probably like the movies. And then my friend Efferventia, I raided her one day after playing Knights of the Old Republic. And we were chatting, and she was like, you haven't seen the movies? And I'm like, no, KOTOR is the only experience I have with Star Wars so far. And she's like, you need to watch the movies. And she's like, you should record yourself watching them and put them on YouTube. And then that way we can see what your reactions were to watching the movies for the first time. I'm like, hey, that's a great idea. I had seen a few reaction videos before. I had watched Nikki and Steven react way back in 2018. I'd watched their Game of Thrones stuff. So I knew what reaction videos were, and I kind of knew how they worked, and I was just like, yeah, that's actually a great idea. I should do that. So that's why I started doing the reaction videos on YouTube. And then I did not realize how many people I truly did not. I literally thought like Twitch people will watch it and like maybe the algorithm will show it to some Star Wars fans. I did not expect the kind of blow up that I had with the Star Wars stuff. I had a lot of people find my videos and enjoy them, and then that kind of just opened up this whole side of things, and now I'm watching more movies that I've never seen before. And I do feel pretty grateful that for the most part in my life I haven't watched too many movies, because there's a lot of like big ones, like big popular movies that I've never seen before. So if you want to suggest a movie, I have a form. That is the only way that I will accept suggestions now, because I used to just do it from YouTube comments, but that was like when I first started Star Wars, and with the growth of my channel, it's just really hard for me to maintain that. So it's much easier if y'all can submit them to me through a form. So I have one, if the mods want to link it, and that's how you can toss in suggestions for me. All right, let me scroll up here. I just went on a ramble for a while, but yeah, that's why I started watching Star Wars. So, or that's how I started watching Star Wars, I guess. Gibson, I check the forum every single week. We are doing polls on Patreon pretty much weekly. However, today, actually, maybe I'll do this right now. So my plan today, so polls so far have been on Patreon only. I have a tier on Patreon that is for voting. And most of the time I will pull suggestions from that forum to put in the Patreon polls, and then patrons will be the ones that vote for what comes next. However, I do want to do a YouTube poll here and there so that you guys can also influence what I am watching for the channel. So today during the stream, I will put up a poll for y'all to vote in. I will do that on my community tab, and I'll make sure to link it as soon as I've done that. Maybe I'll do that in a few minutes here. But yes, Gibson, I check the forum all the time. I have it ordered. I usually have it ordered alphabetically, but if someone has suggested a movie that's already been suggested, I literally just add it to, like, I change the number of times it's been submitted. The list of movies that have been suggested, I don't plan on making public, because I personally think it's more fun if people cannot see what's been suggested, because it means that you will truly submit your own suggestions, like what you want me to see, and you're not going to be influenced by like how many times a movie has already been suggested, you know? And honestly, I've explained this before on Patreon, but for those of you that aren't on there, just because a movie has been suggested like 10 times, that doesn't influence it for me always. Like, I switch up the polls. So like there was one poll I did where I only picked options that had been submitted more than once. But then the other night I did a poll where I just did a random number generator. I went online and I found a random number generator, and that's how I picked the movies for the poll. So I had the whole list of suggestions, and I just drew random and threw them in. And then the last poll that I did, it expired yesterday. It ended yesterday. That one was all sci-fi movies. I decided to pull 4 movies from the sci-fi genre and throw them up. So yeah, I check the forum constantly. So yes, if you submit movies, they will be there. And I do appreciate if you suggest movies, because it definitely helps me. It makes it so that I don't have to sit here and go, well, what am I gonna watch? because you all are so great about submitting so many movies to me. And I really appreciate it. So thank you very much if you have used the form to send in movie suggestions. We helped with that floor. Yes. Although I did this whole room myself. I laid down all of this floor myself. We just have to do the baseboards. That's all that's left for my house for the most part, is just the baseboards in the entire house. But that's not a huge priority for me yet. But yeah, so. Why did you leave Twitch for YouTube? I did not. I still stream on Twitch twice a week. Sundays and Tuesdays. Do you have designs on playing? I'm assuming you mean, do you have plans on playing? Mike, I want to check it out. MMOs are not my thing though, but I've been told that Star Wars The Old Republic is a game that does have a single player mode, so it does have me interested. I don't know if I'll be streaming it on Twitch, but I do want to check it out in my own time and see how I feel about it. But it is a game on my list to check out one day. Yep. So, Brayden, hi, it's good to see you. Thank you, Brian. I also love him very, very much. Will you ever react to Disney movies in the future? Yes, I absolutely can. Like I said, suggest them on the forum. That is the best way. Safi Lee just put it in chat. So please click that form to suggest movies. Feel free to submit as many as you like. Just leave it to one movie per suggestion. Make sure to include the year of release, because I've run into issues where people have submitted a movie that has like 2 or 3 versions of it. There was like one made back in the 50s and then they remade it and then they remade it again. And I'm sitting here going, I don't know what version you mean. So just make sure to include the year. Do it for all the movies, because then it just helps me understand exactly which movie you're suggesting. So yeah. And thank you in advance if you do suggest. I appreciate it. Ninja, hello, welcome in. Ninja, make sure that you submit it to the form, because I definitely will not remember from this chat today. Get it into the form. For those of you, so I have the form. Let me actually just pull it up on my end. So when the responses come in, I have the form organized on my end. So I add in like who it's distributed by, because Paramount movies are movies that I will not react to on the channel. They will be Patreon exclusives only, because so many reactors have so many copyright issues with Paramount, and I have just elected to not even bother. I don't even want to try, because it's very discouraging to work really hard on an edit just for the copyright holders to bash you down, and Paramount is one of the worst. So yeah. Although there was a movie that I had put on a poll the other week that was Paramount. I didn't realize until after the poll was out, but I told myself, I'm like, if it wins, I'll just do it on Patreon only. And then I also put like time suggested. So if it's been suggested more than once, then I put, oh guys, you've submitted a lot today. Thank you. Thank you. The other thing too is sometimes people will note if I should watch like a director's cut or an extended edition. So if you have indicated that, then I will also put it here. I had someone suggest a movie a while back and they said, don't watch the director's cut. So I made a note of that. And then someone else clarified that they wanted me to watch like the animated version of a certain movie. So I like put that note in, like watch the animated one. So yeah, I do look at this form every single week, usually more than once. So definitely make sure that you're submitting if you have movie ideas. And thank you. I really appreciate it. How many movies are on it so far? What I will tell you instead, actually, no. I'll tell you how many different movies we have. By the way, if I've watched a movie, I will remove it from the list just so I don't confuse myself. So right now we are at, not including the suggestions that have come through so far today, because I don't know if they're repeats or not. But as of yesterday, we had 221 different movies. Now, there are also TV shows on this list. There's not a lot, but there have been some, because folks on Patreon who are on my exclusive TV show reaction tiers, they have used the same form to suggest TV shows as well. So there are a handful of TV series on here, but yeah, we've got 221 different suggestions, different options. So I could be doing this for years, you guys. I have plenty of content, I think, to get through. So thank you again. I really appreciate it very, very much. Oh, there was a suggestion that came through on my Q&A form. Make sure that you're submitting on the right form. Because I've got 2 forms going right now. I have like the stream Q&A form for today, and then I've got my movie suggestion form. Does it help to add genre information, or do you look up each movie? So far, Mark, I'm looking up each movie as it comes in, just to see what it is. Sometimes I don't even do that, though. I'll just have the movie and the year, and if I happen to pick it for a poll, then I will look up what genre it is after the fact. Like, once I've decided that I'm going to put it in a poll, then I'll look it up. Sometimes I don't always have the time to, like, go in and add it, but if you do add the genre, that definitely helps, yeah. Definitely. Are you still gonna do, oh yeah, Ryder, yeah, oh yeah, movie reactions. So my strategy, my plan for my channel and my content, movies is my YouTube thing. All movies are gonna go, well, except for the Paramount ones, all movies are gonna come to YouTube, and early access and full-length uncuts will be on Patreon. Obi-Wan Kenobi was my test of, can I do a TV show and movies at the same time? And because I do everything myself, like I don't have a dedicated editor at all right now, like I do everything. I do all the thumbnails, I do all the editing, I do all of the descriptions and tagging and everything. Everything is just me. And I personally found it very overwhelming to do both a TV show and movies at the same time, which is why I've decided to just do TV shows for Patreon as watch-alongs. So that way it's much quicker to edit for me. Because it still takes a long time to export those and upload them and go through the copyright stuff and everything. So right now that's my strategy. However, if my channel continues to grow and Patreon continues to grow and I start to get like really good brand deals to sponsor videos, and then my income gets to a point where my cost of living is covered and I can hire a full-time editor to be able to handle all of the editing, then at that point I will definitely consider bringing TV shows on the channel, because then it's not just me. I have help. I have help. That person can handle TV shows, for example. I could do the movie still. Like, I would have no problem still editing. I will say that if I did have a full-time editor, I probably wouldn't edit anymore. I'd just be like, you can do it. Because editing is absolutely, for me, the hardest part of all of this. I enjoy editing, but I do find that it's very easy to get burnt out on it. And that's the main reason why I haven't like put out a ton of videos lately, because I've learned that I need some space in between watching a movie and then editing it, because if I watch it and I start editing it the next day, my brain goes, you just watched this, why are you watching it again, right? Like, it sees it as kind of like rewatching the movie, and I find it a bit of a chore to get through. So what I've been doing is I've been watching stuff, and I've been putting a little bit of space in between when I watched it and when I started editing it, and that's been helping. So but once I have an editor, it's like, then I don't even have to worry about that, and I can send them the files right away, and then they can get to work. So one day, that's my goal. That's like my big goal, because there's a lot of reactors here on YouTube that have editors. I'm very jealous of that. It's not something I can afford currently. So, and I don't think that there's very many editors out there that are willing to do all that for free, and they shouldn't do it for free. They should definitely be paid something for their work that they do. So no Paramount, good to know. Yeah, I mean, you can suggest Paramount movies, but yeah, if any movies say Miramax, they are now owned by Paramount. Okay, good call, thank you. I didn't know that. I wasn't sure about Miramax. I'd never really heard of it, but I did see that some movies were Miramax. Let me just make a quick note of that. Miramax is Paramount, basically. Okay, cool. Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate that very much. If you want to collab, how can I get back to you? Yes, my email is on my website, or you can just email me directly at hello@kl.com. Either way, whether you want to use my contact form or just send me a direct email, that is fine. So, Kaylee, hello. Welcome in. How are you? My day is going great. Very, very good. I didn't sleep very long last night, but today was an exciting day. So you know how when there's things in a day that you're looking forward to, even if you only get like 4 hours of sleep, your brain's like, let's go. That's how I felt when I woke up this morning. I'm like, oh my gosh, I start season 3 of the OC today. I'm watching that with a couple friends in my Discord server. And so we watched the first 2 episodes of that season, which I was really looking forward to. And then I started getting ready for the stream, and now I'm here and I'm hanging out with all of you. And yeah, it's a good day. It's a good day. I have no complaints about today. It's been a good day. How are you liking Clone Wars so far? I love it, Tyson. It's so good. Such a good show. I'm super excited I started. And yes, thank you, Brie. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, I just started season 4. My season 3 recap is coming out, but before the end of the month. I don't know exactly what day yet. I'm still working on it, but it'll be out soonish. So I'm very excited to get that out. Clone Wars is great. I love it. Since you said you had excellent stream health, no problems, by the way. Perfect. I'm so glad. YouTube got their shit together. We are good to go. Anyway, I'm going to start answering some of the questions that you guys have submitted on my form today. The link to it is pinned in the chat. So if you look at that blue bar at the top of chat, just expand that and that will take you to my Q&A form. This is probably the easiest way just to get questions to me today, because then it's in one place and I don't miss it in chat. There's been a few of you that have asked questions in chat. It's not too busy, so I have answered a few. Oh my gosh, another bot. God damn it. If one of the mods can handle the 69mega.com. Just block the account, please. Jake, thank you. Lee, thank you. These bots are so funny to me because we don't have bots like this on Twitch. The bot issues that we get most of the time is just like, buy followers now. The moment you said YouTube got its shit together, here come the porn bots. I don't think it was just because I swore, but we'll see. We'll see. All right. First question that I received on my form. What has this YouTube channel experience taught you about yourself? And that is a great question because before doing reactions, I only uploaded gaming content, and I have kept a couple gaming videos on my channel. I have had a few like really good game reaction moments that I've decided to upload on the channel and keep here. So I have like a couple Mass Effect videos. I have a Dragon Age 2 moment. I've got my Darth Revan reveal from Star Wars. But in terms of reactions, what it has taught me about myself, it has taught me that I can talk during movies and I don't have to just sit there and be a silent person, because that's only how I watched movies previously. So recording for YouTube was a bit interesting. When I first started doing the Star Wars videos, I had to make I had to tell myself often, make sure you say something, say what you're thinking, don't just keep it in your head. So it's been interesting because normally when I watch movies by myself, because when I'm watching movies for you guys here on YouTube, when I'm recording to edit the reactions, I'm by myself. I don't have friends or family here. I live alone. It's just me and my dog. So when I usually watch movies, I'm silent. Unless something major happens in the movie that actually gets me to open my mouth or let out a gasp or something. That's about all I do. I don't talk to myself during movies. So it's been interesting to just transition into that kind of format. And just make an active, just constantly telling myself, make sure you say something, say what you're thinking. What are you feeling? What are your thoughts? Let it out, right? So that's been interesting just to learn that about myself, that it's something that I can do and that I'm okay with it and it's fun and it's fine. It's also taught me that people are assholes. Some of the comments that I have gotten on my videos have been really bad. I thought Star Wars people were bad. Star Wars comments were a time here and there. I have never had people throw fun facts my way so much before. The amount of comments I have gotten on my videos that start with fun facts has been hilarious. But it's taught me that people are ruthless. People are really mean. The worst comments I had they're now most of them are gone because I deleted them, but my Pulp Fiction reaction, that brought out the worst I've seen on YouTube for myself personally. I cannot believe some of the things people typed to me just because I happened to make a decision or because I didn't like the film fully or whatever. A lot of middle-aged men coming at me for being a woman, for being the age that I am, for thinking what I thought. I had so much hate on that video, and it was thankfully comments don't get to me. I've got a pretty thick skin when it comes to online comments like that. If you're a stranger and I don't know you and you say something mean, I kind of just laugh about it and I'm like, yeah, whatever. I don't know you. And that reminds me of one of my favorite sayings in the entire world, which is, don't take criticism from someone that you wouldn't ask advice from. So basically saying if someone criticizes you or tells you to do something or tells you to change or whatever, and like you wouldn't go to them for like genuine advice about your life or what you're doing or who you are, like don't listen to them. Like just ignore it. Don't, whatever. So that's how I feel about a lot of YouTube comments that I get. I don't care. Like, I don't know you. You're a username. You're a keyboard warrior. Like, you're not my friend. I don't know who you are. So thankfully the comments don't really get to me. But it sucks because I know that a lot of other people are not like that. And I feel bad for people that have had YouTube channels that have ended up quitting because of mean comments, or who have had mental health struggles because of comments they get. Like people, when they're anonymous on a platform, like people are dicks, and it's really unfortunate. And it sucks. I don't like it, but anyway. What else has it taught me? It's definitely taught me editing. I have edited before, so jumping into reaction content, it wasn't a huge change for me. It was more just figuring out how to do it properly within fair use to make sure the copyright wasn't an issue. Now, I still get copyright flags because it's gonna happen no matter what. Like, it's just part of doing this on YouTube. But I like to say that I've learned a few like tips and tricks to get my videos to work. Rain Man, for example, that just went out yesterday, that had no copyright flags at all. I uploaded it and it was totally clear, and I'm like, yes, thank you. And that was really nice. So I'm very happy for that. So I think those are like 3 good things, I think. That was asked by Brian, by the way, Brian Dempsey, who asked a few questions. So we're going to go through all of Brian's questions. He asked 5 of them. YouTube bots are not as fun as the Star Wars robots. Fun fact, Kale is pretty neat. Fun fact, I agree with Jake. Thank you, guys. Thank you. You should have decided to be older. I know, right, Tyler? I didn't choose to be born the year that I was born. But although, guys, I got a comment yesterday or today on my Rain Man video, and I tweeted about it because the guy was trying to insult me, but it ended up being a compliment. What did he say? I tweeted about it because I loved it. It was so funny. He said, "It is so hard to watch sensitive people react to movies. You were probably born in 1999. Try paying attention to the movie and stop putting your know-all be-all knowledge." And I replied, "Wow, I really appreciate you thinking that I am that young." What a compliment. Thank you, Jason. Because it's true. You really thought I was born in 1999? That is the biggest compliment you could possibly give me. Anyway, Jason tried to hurt my feelings, and he ended up bumping me up today and making me feel really good about myself. Anyway, fun facts on YouTube are neither fun nor factual. Ryan Reynolds fan, hello. I'm new and I have questions. Do you ever see Robot Chicken? Have I seen Robot Chicken? Let me Google quick. Oh, it's a TV show? I have definitely not seen this. Nope. Adult animated stop motion sketch comedy. Is it a 2D animated show? Looks like it. Looks like it. Nope, have not seen it. Also, welcome in. Debbie, hello. Hello from Puerto Rico. I love your channel so much. Keep it up, girl. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. I never knew this about Pulp Fiction. Oh my gosh. Like, I knew that Pulp Fiction was a dude movie, but I did not realize that there are men out there, and I know I'm genderizing, but it is men. Like, I can see my analytics, okay? I know that my channel has a heavy male viewership, like almost 100%. So, oh my gosh, Santi! Thank you for the $1.99 US dollars. The alert should go off soon, I hope. There it is. Oh my gosh, Santi, thank you. I appreciate it. It's good to see you, friend. Hello. Thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It's like action figures and stuff, basically. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I have not seen it. I have not seen it. Tarantino is a piece of work. Understandable. The fans would be too. Yeah, I didn't realize that there were men out there that really make Pulp Fiction their entire personality. And yeah, they clicked on my video, probably expecting one thing, and they did not get what they were expecting. So yeah. Yes, Tyler, I knew what you meant. Yeah. How How old are you now? I think you're old enough to be a mom. Well, technically, yes. I have been old enough to be a mother for quite some time, but I'm not having kids. So I'm a dog mom. But yes, all I will say is that I'm in my 30s. I have mentioned my age in a video before, so if you end up finding that video where I mention my exact age, then you'll know how old I am. But I don't know. I haven't decided if YouTube is going to be like a platform that I always say my exact age on. People on Twitch know how old I am because I've had birthday streams and stuff in the past, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I'm in my 30s, so. Have you seen the movie Coraline? I've not. If you want to suggest it, if one of my mods can throw the suggestion form into chat, that would be great. You can suggest movies through my suggestion form. That is the best way to get movies into my head about watching them one day, maybe. Men love to make lots of things their entire personality. Yes, yes. Although we can also say that so do women. There are definitely some women out there that also make things their whole personality. I wouldn't say that that's... It's not exclusively a man thing, but you are correct with that. Jake, hi, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Why is there a Christmas tree? That is not a tree. This is not a tree. It is a wall. It is an L-shaped. Let me see if my camera will focus on it. There you go. There you go. It's an L. It's a wall. This is my background, by the way. Let me give you a tour of my background. So these are wood burnings that I have done myself. This one is a Game of Thrones quote for The Night is Dark and Full of Terrors. I wood burned it myself. And then that one is The Only Journey is the One Within. These are pictures of me on mountains. This is a canvas that my dad printed for me of a photo of myself. And then this is my friend John and I on a mountain. And this is me on the mountain. All of these are from the same hike. One of the best hikes I've ever done here in Alberta. So those are there. Over here we have Court of Thorns and Roses, some of those books. We've got Crescent City is actually not showing. It's down there under my desk. And then we have the Expanse series, which I haven't read. I've only read the first book, Leviathan Wakes. I got to get through the rest. We also have an incense burner, 2 of them. We've got like a fake candle thing. And then down here we've got the A Song of Ice and Fire books, another wood burning that I've done before. And then this is an old Polaroid camera that I have not used. It is just sitting there until the day that I want to use it. My friend Austin made this, and he doesn't sell his artwork, but I asked him really nicely if I could print this because I loved it. So that is up there. This is another, where am I pointing? Oh my God, that's another wood burning I've done. And then over there on the wall, on the far side, is a bunch of artwork. We've got a Garrus print. We have some prints of the characters from the Court of Thorns and Roses books. And then we've got some artwork by my friend Chris Roeder, who is the vocalist of the band Like Moths to Flames. I've had the pleasure of becoming a friend with him. So this is all his artwork over here. And he has really, really good. Let me grab one of them. I'll grab my favorite one. This is one of their songs, Nowhere Left to Sink. It's really, really good. But yeah, this is his style, and he is just so good. He also streams on Twitch, if you're interested in art streams. But I'd recommend, if you like metalcore music, definitely check out the band Like Moths to Flames. They've been around for like 10 years. They are really good. I already know I'm not going to be able to hang that back up, so I'll do that off stream. We'll handle that off stream. We'll just put that there for now. It is a flat Christmas tree. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, Sandy, that's so awesome. Congratulations to you and the missus. That is such good news. Oh my gosh. Congratulations, you two. That is awesome. That looks so different when it's out of focus. Yeah, that's the nice thing about having a really fancy camera. We got the nice blur in the background there. Looks like 3PO's brain. Would you like to see an adult animated Yogi Bear show? No, not really. You could spill the beans. What do you mean, Mom? What do you mean? Pulp Fiction is a great movie. I'm glad you did a reaction video on it. Yes, Chosen. I'm glad I watched it. Like, even though it wasn't totally my cup of tea, like, I am glad I watched it. There were things I liked about it. There were lots of things I didn't. It was a nice mid movie for me. It was a good mid movie. The Expanse is so good. I love it so much. Literally one of the best shows I've ever watched. And the books are just as good. The books are actually better because the books are able to go into a lot more history and like backstory and explanation and stuff, and it's just awesome. Ooh, Ella has appeared. Let's turn on her camera. There we go. There. She is plopped in her spot. The Stranger Things Stitch is out of view. It's up here. It is up there. It is up there. Seeing the books, what's the last great book you've read? So I've been reading the A Court of Thorns and Roses series. I'm on the last book. I'm just about done the last book. I would say that whole series is the last book that the last great book that I've read. It's been a while since I've read a standalone book. Because I've been reading through the Expanse series, been doing A Court of Thorns and Roses for a while. Let me actually, if you guys are interested, for all the readers in chat that want to know, you can go here and you can see the books that I've read before and what I thought of them. I do have a Goodreads account. Feel free to follow if you are also on Goodreads. I actually have to update my progress for A Court of Thorns, A Court of Silver Flames. I think I'm past 70% at this point, but yeah. Hello, what's all this then in it? Hey, Ever. How's it going? I hope you're doing well, my friends. Do you like Meshuggah? Not as much as my brother. My brother is way more into that band than me. I will listen to their stuff, but I don't seek it out myself willingly. My brother, though, he loves that band. He will listen to them all the time. So, yeah. Jake, I'm waiting patiently. Have you seen the Lord of the Rings trilogy? Yes, I have. Yes, I definitely have. Oh, Mom, my age. Yes, of course you could. Letterboxd.com/KL. If you're interested in knowing what I've seen before, I keep that as up to date as I possibly can. So that'll list all the movies that I've seen before. And I try and write reviews for all the movies I've seen. So yeah, that's the best place to check. But I just watched Lord of the Rings for the first time. That was in 2020 or 2021. I can't remember, but a bunch of my Twitch community and we piled into Discord across multiple weekends and we watched the extended editions together. And that is still to date the most people I've ever had in a voice channel with me watching a movie together was when I did the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I think at one point I had like 15 or almost 20 people with me. So that was a lot of fun. That was lots of fun. I just woke up from a nap that made me feel like it was Sunday afternoon. I slept so hard. Amazing. The Expanse started out as a D&D game, and it's directly inspired by Mass Effect, as the writers have noted in an interview. The writers are also the ones in control of the show, too. Yes, I did know that. I did know that the writers were heavily involved, which was really fun. Yeah, so it's a great show. Great books so far. Like I said, I've only read the first one fully, and I'm partway through the second one, but they are good. They are good. They are very good. For anyone here that has never watched The Expanse, strong recommend. Strong recommend. It's such a good science fiction show. A lot will be happening this coming year. Buying our first house, new car, baby, and wifey starting new career. Wow. This is like a very pivotal moment in your life, Santi. There's so much happening at once. Big things too. I am very happy for you guys. That is so awesome. So awesome. All right, I'm gonna go to the next question that's on this form. This question I actually ended up answering as part of the first question. So Brian had asked again, does doing reactions affect how you watch programs when you're offline? Do you find yourself talking out loud out of habit? I mentioned how before I started YouTube reactions, I was a pretty silent watcher. Like I didn't really talk to myself. Sometimes if the moment in the movie was really impactful, I would like let out a gasp or I would open my mouth or whatever in shock. But I never talk to myself the way that I do for YouTube, because when I'm recording, like, I know that there's going to be an audience, so it's somewhat natural to force myself to talk as if I'm live streaming or whatever. But when I watch stuff offline now, like now that I've got a bunch of reactions under my belt, I actually really enjoy watching stuff on my own time because I don't have to talk. And I can just sit there and be quiet and I don't have to say anything. And it's really nice. So that answers that. Mass Effect is so much like, is it Babylon 5? I haven't heard of that one, but you're back. Welcome back. Brian also asked, fun question. When you were young, what did you want to be when you grew up? When I was little, I wanted to be an author. That was like my goal. I loved writing stories, and that was what I wanted to do. I wanted to be an author. And that didn't last. I feel like that was a thing through elementary school. And then once I got into middle school, I no longer wanted to be an author because I kind of didn't have interest in writing anymore. My focus then went to like artwork, and I really liked being an artist, and I like drawing and doing all that stuff. But then in high school, I fell in love with makeup. I loved doing makeup. I loved doing special effects makeup and just like really extravagant looks and stuff. And that was going to be my career. I really wanted to go to makeup school, and that was my plan. My plan was to graduate high school, take a year off and save up money by working. And then I was going to move out to Vancouver and go to makeup school. And I really wanted to work on movies and TV shows. And that was my goal, but that did not happen at all. And honestly, it's okay, because I have never wanted to do that. Like, it's like I left high school and I entered the real world and I went, I actually don't know if I want to do that. And I lost interest in makeup. Well, not fully. I still wear makeup and I still do it a lot, but it's more like the extravagant and like special effects makeup. I lost my interest in that. So 17-year-old KL would be very disappointed in me. She wouldn't, but she'd be like, what? You didn't go to makeup school? It's like, nope. Love you, Mom. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out for a bit. I appreciate it very much. How long have I been live? How long have we been going for? Oh my gosh, where do I find this? Is it here? I think it's here. Oh, maybe not. I do not know how to find how long I've been live. You guys can probably tell me though, maybe. Oh, here we go. I've been live for an hour and a half almost. Okay, cool. I found it. We're good. What is the next question? If you could have one superpower, what would it be? Gosh. That's a hard one. A lot of times I wish I could fly just so that I could get places faster and not have to rely on anyone. All of my closest friends do not live anywhere near me. My bestest friend and my longest friend, my closest friend, I've been best friends with her since 7th grade. She just moved to the States. So she lived 5 hours away from me, which was manageable. Like, we've always been long distance, our whole friendship just about. Like, we met in 7th grade and she moved away in 8th grade. So like pretty much our whole friendship, we have not lived in the same city. But she's never been more than 5 hours away from me until the beginning of this month. She moved away on the 6th of August, and now she is in Nebraska, which is not like super far away, but it's like a 2-day drive from where I live. So it's a good amount of distance, and it would definitely be like a fly to there to go visit location. So yeah, she lives there, and then all of my other best friends also live far away. I've got people in Toronto, I've got people in North Carolina, I've got people in Oklahoma, I've got people in Georgia, I've got people in Pennsylvania. And so I think that's the superpower that I would want right now, is to be able to fly, because then I can go see them whenever. I don't have to rely on money and flights and logistics. I can just go see my friends. Yeah. I've also got friends in Ohio. Where else? Ohio, North Dakota. Yeah. I also have friends across the pond, like in England and stuff, that I would love to see. So yeah, I'd want to fly. I think that's my superpower. Or at least who I'm assumed to be Vulcan. That is Vulcan, yes. Mike Foster is Vulcan. Cute dog, thanks. That is Ella. She is my lovely, 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 lovely doggo who is now sleeping because she was laying out in the sun for a while. So, sir, welcome in. I hope that's how I'm saying it. Is it sir or sir? Oh, next question. This is the last one by Brian. What is something you've always wanted to do but haven't, and why haven't you yet? What is something I've always wanted to do but I haven't done it yet? I wonder if I can count things that I've only wanted to do for the past few years. But Brian specifically asked, what's something you've always wanted to do but you haven't done yet? I'm just gonna answer with the thing that I've had planned for years that I haven't done because of the pandemic. So in 2020, September 2020, I had made plans to go hike to Mount Everest. Not like hike up to the top of the mountain, because that's not a hike. That's like mountaineering and like dangerous. But I had a plan to hike to Everest Base Camp and back. It was like a full loop. It was like a loop type of hike. It was gonna take, the whole trip would have taken about a month because just to fly there takes like 2.5 days. So we're talking like 5 days of flying just to get to Kathmandu and back from Canada. And then it would have been more flying into Lukla. And then the hike itself was like 19 days. So all in all, it would have been like a whole month of being away. I was gonna do that like mid-September to mid-October, and that was my plan. Thankfully, I hadn't booked anything. I hadn't booked flights. I hadn't booked like the porter. I hadn't booked like the buses or anything. I hadn't booked accommodation in Kathmandu. So I hadn't booked anything, and then the pandemic had hit, right? So that is something I still haven't done. And at this point, I would have to get back in shape for it because at the time that I wanted to do it, I was still very much in shape from all of the hiking and stuff that I had done back then. The pandemic and like starting to stream on Twitch drastically affected like my fitness level. So I don't think I have the fitness to just jump right back into doing something like that. I definitely have to work my way back up to it, but that is still something I really want to do. That was going to be a solo trip. Like I said, I would have hired a porter or a guide, someone that I could hike with on the trail that like knew the area and could guide me like through all the towns. They knew where like the ATMs were, the cash machines, like, or the restaurants and all that kind of stuff. It wouldn't have been something I would have felt like super comfortable doing truly by myself. And I also didn't want to do it as part of a group because I like having control over my timeline. So if there was a day on the trail where I like didn't feel super well and I was part of a group that like couldn't wait for me, there's no way that I would have wanted to freaking like push through. And I just know my body. So that's why my plan was to just like hire a guide to myself. It would have been just the two of us. And so I still really want to do that. I still really, really want to do that. I'm hoping that I can make it happen. Like maybe we're already coming up to like 2023. Don't think it'll happen then, but like maybe 2024, I would still love to do it. So that is like a big, big bucket list item. So skydiving. Skydiving is something that I also want to do, but not a huge priority. We have a lot of skydiving here because Alberta, when you're not in the mountains, Alberta is very flat. So it's a very popular skydiving area because there's literally like, it's all flat. So we have a few different skydiving locations here. But yeah, I think skydiving is something I would rather do with a friend. Just to have someone there to also do it with you and experience it. So one day I'll skydive. I do want to experience that. The only thing I don't want to do is bungee jumping. I do not think that I would like bungee jumping. I have no desire to jump off a bridge with a little thing attached to me that I have to trust with my life. That doesn't sound fun. For some reason, skydiving I'm okay with because you have a man on your back that's like you're attached to. They're trained and know what they're doing. And you're not free falling like you're not free falling for super long. And I know you're not free falling long with bungee jumping either, but I don't know. For some reason, skydiving for me feels like it would be a lot more fun than bungee jumping. And I think just the fact that you have someone with you, like literally right behind you, just eases my anxiety about that. So Tiger, hello, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. So yeah, if Brian is watching still or watching after the fact, that is my answer for that. And Miss Ella. She's so lovely. So, so lovely. Oh. What's your real name? I'm not saying, friend. That's the reason that I don't go by my real name on this channel. You can call me KL. That is totally fine. As someone who's done both multiple times skydiving... Okay, Ella decided to leave. As someone who's done both multiple times, skydiving is way more fun than bungee jumping. Perfect. Thank you, Mark. I felt like skydiving would be more fun than bungee jumping, which is like another reason why I would do that over bungee jumping, but it's nice to hear it from other people. It makes sense to me in the sense that if you're with someone skydiving, then they are taking the same risk, unlike a bungee jump. Exactly. That's also a really good point, Tyler. Yes, yes, yes. Old baby girl, I know. She's so cute. Yeah. Freeman, hello. Welcome in. How are you? Skydiving feels just like flying without... Sorry. Skydiving feels like flying just without a plane. Bungee jumping feels like you're going to die the entire time. Yeah. And I know some people probably enjoy that thrill, but that's not my cup of tea. That is definitely not my cup of tea. Glad to hear that you're good today, Tiger. I am doing really well. Today is a very good day. It is a lot of fun being on here, hanging out with you all, and getting to meet some of you that have watched my videos, because I know that a lot of people do not like Twitch or don't care to be on Twitch. I stream on Twitch twice a week, Sunday nights and Tuesday nights in North American time. But I know that lots of people don't care to be on Twitch. They don't care to watch gameplay, which is what I do over on Twitch. I play through story games. So I plan on doing these live streams maybe once every 3 months to start. And then if I keep growing and people want more live streams, I'm happy to do them. I have had some people ask me if I would ever do movie nights on YouTube. And that is something that I am considering doing. I don't know how that works exactly. I know that I can't show the movie, obviously, but I think I have a timer going and we all try and press play at the same time and sync up, and then you guys can see me watching the movie at the same time that you are, and we can talk about it during the movie, and yeah, it could be fun. So I'll consider it. I prefer skydiving without a person attached on the back. I would do tricks and impress people like Power Rangers and then land on a target. If it's your first time, I doubt it, but you could always take the training and learn how to do stuff like that, though, because are there not people out there that do stunt work with skydiving? I'm sure there's stunt people out there, right? That learn how to do all that kind of stuff, like the tricks and the... I've seen videos of the people. It's multiple skydivers, and they do all these formations together as they're falling and then split apart to let their parachutes go. That's pretty cool. That stuff's pretty cool. I've seen a few of those videos. My friend Hale, MC Hale, who I've known now from Twitch for some time, he threw in a question in here, and he asked, what is a topic that you would like to talk more about when you're live, but you're afraid that you would get too into it and scare people away? It's hard to answer that because I don't know if there's any topic that I could talk about that would scare people away, because I feel like most people out there like when people get passionate about topics, right? You know how it's always like really fun to see someone like geeking out about a topic they're passionate about, and it's like I think people appreciate that more than like are scared away by topics. So I don't know what I would talk about that would scare people away, or if I don't think there's ever really been a topic that I've been afraid to talk about. Like for the most part on my streams, we really don't get into politics that much because that can just get very polarizing and that can just turn negative really fast. So I try and avoid political talk in general when I'm on stream. And then religion as well. Like that's something that I just avoid talking about because there's so many religions in the world, and I'm not religious personally, but I'm not like, people can be religious. It's totally fine. Like it doesn't impact me if they are, unless of course, and this goes into the political stuff, unless of course, because of how religion is involved in politics, unless it then affects me through political laws and stuff, then I have a problem with it. But for the most part, people can do what they want and it doesn't bother me any. So I try and avoid talking about religion on stream because I'm also just not really informed with a lot of the different religions. I think though, a topic that I'm passionate about that might scare people away is like if I really get into like heavy metal talk, and I start talking about like specific songs by specific bands or whatever. But the thing is like that won't scare away the fellow metalheads. That'll only scare away the people that don't like metal or don't listen to metal. They're probably like tune out of the conversation and go like, I don't understand anything you guys are talking about, so I'm just gonna go. I feel like that's maybe the one thing that I could talk about, but I've seen movie nights done on YouTube where you show a small part of the bottom of the screen with subtitles so people can use that. Oh, okay. That's a great idea, Mark. That's a great idea. I personally haven't seen a movie night like that, but that is a fantastic idea. I'm gonna keep that in mind for if I decide to do that, because that's a great idea. Yeah, I think that would work beautifully, definitely. I, for one, loved the mortgage stream. Oh my gosh, ball, yeah. There was one stream on Twitch where I think I play like 20 minutes of the game in a 4-hour stream because we sat here and talked about mortgages and finance and stuff. So for those of you that don't know, I'm a big finance nerd. I love investing. I love budgeting. I love talking about loans and stocks and everything. And it's something that I'm very knowledgeable in. Obviously, I don't like to give specific advice to people because I'm not a financial advisor. And if you need specific financial advice, you should go to a financial advisor and not rely on people on the internet. But I do like just kind of generally talking about it. So that could scare people away. But I don't think it does, though. I think a lot of people find value in openly talking about finance. And finance is one of those things where I think that we need to talk about it more. Like, not be afraid to talk about debt, not be afraid to talk about what your salary is, not be afraid to talk about how to invest, or like if you aren't familiar with how to invest, like how do you get started, blah, blah, blah. I think that in general, we just need to be like more open about that stuff. So sometimes I try and facilitate that and talk about it on my stream, but yeah. Have you ever listened to Christian metal at all? Is August Burns Red? August Burns Red is a religious band, right? August Burns Red, Christian, aren't they a Christian band? If so, I think that I thought I remembered that maybe it wasn't August Burns Red. Maybe I'm thinking, oh no, August Burns Red is Christian metal. Yeah. I was a huge August Burns Red fan back in like high school. So that would have been in the 2000s. I think they are the only Christian metal band that I've listened to, though. I don't know that I've actually listened to any other Christian metal band. August Burns Red, I think, is the only one. That's the first one that came to mind. So, yeah. Or wait, trying to think of if there's any other band that I've listened to, but yeah, that's the first one that popped into my mind because I think it's the only one. So, if you lived in a space station, would you do indoor skydiving over real because you can do tricks? No, I'm not interested in tricks. Americans should really know that it's illegal for your job to tell you not to discuss your salary with other employees. Yeah. I also think though, like some people are also just private, and even if they know that it doesn't matter if you tell people your salary or not, I think that some people get a little bit like just generally uncomfortable with talking about it because at the end of the day, like your finances are very private, or they should be. And that's totally fine. It's just like relationship details, right? Like some of that, like there's certain things that need to be kept private. But I think in general, we keep a lot of finance stuff too private. So it is very valuable to share how much you make with the job that you have. And share how much debt you have for the age that you are, and just to kind of like normalize things and normalize different experiences. For those of you that are, you don't have to be Canadian to follow her, but she is a Canadian personal finance person. Her name is Alyssa Davies. Her username is Mixed Up Money. She is one of my favorite people because on Instagram, she frequently polls her audience about a variety of different topics, and it's just really eye-opening to see other people's perspectives. So she's done one on like, how much debt do you have and what types are they, and how old are you and where do you live and what job do you have, so that you can kind of get like a full picture of like just the variety of situations based on your age, based on where you live, based on like how much debt you have. So it's cool to see that, like, I don't know, it's just cool to see that. It's cool to have, like, to understand that you're not the only one who may be struggling, or if you're really well off, there's other people like you, like you're not the only one. So it's just really cool. Let me just throw her link for anyone that is interested. It's Instagram.com/mixedupmoney. Yeah, she is fantastic. I love her polls and stuff. She especially loves to complain about like MLMs and things like that. So it's always fun when she gets on like a rant about that stuff. I might not be super into heavier metal, but you know I'm always down to chat music. Yeah, I have listened Under Oath. Yes. Do you like Carcass? Never heard of them. All right, next question on the form. Someone asked, they kept their name anonymous, so I don't know who asked it, but they asked, what's your favorite movie or show from your childhood? So, my family on my mom's side are country music lovers, always have been. So the first music I ever listened to was country music. And one of my favorite movies from when I was very, very young was Pure Country. And that's a movie that stars George Strait, who is a country artist that I love. And I feel like everyone knows who George Strait is because he's like the king of country. And he's fantastic. But that movie is one that I could recite front to back as like, how old would I have been? I don't even know how old I was. Like 4, maybe 3. I don't know. But I was young. And that is a movie that I could recite front to back. No problem. All the songs, all the dialogue. I knew everything about that movie. And that was one of my favorite movies as a child. And then Pocahontas. If mom was still here, she would say that I would make her rewind Pocahontas to watch it again as soon as the movie was over. Pocahontas was one of my all-time favorites. The Lion King was another big favorite of mine. Pretty much any of those like Disney animated movies from the 90s was like right up my alley. And then TV show, The Big Comfy Couch was a really big one that I loved. And can we just say that TV show does a really good job of making kids clean up? Because sometimes when I'm cleaning my house, as the 30-something-year-old that I am, I will like sing the cleanup song to myself to like power through. And yeah, it's an excellent show. I also watched Zoom. That was a PBS kids show from way back in the day. They were based out of the US. And then I also loved Arthur and the songs Having Fun Isn't Hard When You Have a Library Card and the Jekyll and Hyde song that Brain sings in that show. Those are forever in my head for the rest of my life. Like I'll be an 85-year-old woman singing Jekyll, Jekyll, Hyde, Jekyll. I loved Arthur. Arthur and Zoom would often be back to back on BBS Kids, and I remember that from way back in the day, and I'd watch them back to back. Those shows were fantastic. So yeah, those were big childhood stuff for me. Oh, also, can we talk about the Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen movies? That was my childhood, all of them. Passport to Paris, Billboard Dad, Winning London, frickin' what are the other ones they have? There's so many. I loved all of them. I was obsessed with Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen. And I will just say that I respect the hell out of them for like leaving acting in the dust, finally doing their own thing, and like mostly staying out of the spotlight. I feel like we really don't ever get news on the Olsen twins anymore. And you actually have to like, I feel like you almost have to dig for like lots of recent photos of them. I feel like they stay out of the spotlight quite often now, and it's really nice to see. I do feel bad for child actors sometimes because I feel like they're often just kind of thrust into situations that they might not have like they definitely don't have full control over them, but like, I don't know, when you're a kid, your brain is not fully developed, and like parents kind of call the shots, and I don't know. I just feel really bad for a lot of child actors, and I feel like the Olsen twins, I'm glad that they put that in their past and just went on to do their own thing with the millions of dollars that they made. I did not know that, Tyler. Well, actually, did I know that? I have not seen it. That's one that I have not seen at all. When did it come out? 2010? Pure Country 2: The Gift. You know what? Maybe that'll be my guilty pleasure movie tonight because I feel like I'm gonna like it. Maybe I'll watch that one. This is not gonna be a reaction video, just to make that clear. This is gonna be like I'm in bed and I just want a movie to watch for myself. Maybe I will watch this tonight and we'll see if I like it or not. I feel like it's not gonna hold up to the first movie because the first movie is a golden treasure. It is like your classic early 90s, like wholesome movie. And I don't know if the second one will hold up or not. We'll see. Maybe I'll do that tonight, but. Do you play Observation? If you do, the astronaut lady looks like Emma Watson. I want to do a movie with her that'll be on Netflix. Emma Watson is beautiful. Do you play Observation? No, I don't. I don't. I've always watched Arthur when I was sick at home. It came on at like 8 a.m., so I wasn't able to watch it normally. Really? Arthur for me was like an afternoon show. I feel like it came on at like 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. Well, I don't remember exactly. I feel like it was like 3, 4, 5 or somewhere in that time frame. I just remember like coming home from elementary school and watching Arthur, Zoom. What other show would there have been? Wishbone. Does anyone remember that show? Gosh. I also had a PC game for Wishbone back in the 90s. Wishbone TV show? American television show. 1995, 2 seasons. Yep. I loved that dog. Used to watch Wishbone, and then I had a Wishbone. I don't remember the PC game, though. Like, I don't remember what it was. I just remember that I had it. Probably helps that they have their other sister taking the spotlight. Totally, Tyler, totally. Like, Elizabeth Olsen is great. I really enjoy her. I feel like Elizabeth Olsen wasn't a child actor. Like, her sisters did that, but I feel like she didn't start acting until she was like maybe a teenager, or maybe not even. Like, maybe I could Google this right now, but I feel like she wasn't acting until she was an adult, which is a whole different experience than forced to act when you're a child or a baby rather. Because yeah, the Olsen twins were literal babies when they were on Full House. So couldn't say anything at all, but I watch that so much. Yeah, it's a good show. I love it a lot. Would you be willing to react to the Terminator? Yes. Although I feel like I've seen parts of the Terminator, but make sure it's suggested on the form. I feel like it probably has been at this point. But I think there's more than one Terminator movie, right? I would definitely watch them all. Metal bands you're currently listening to. So someone did ask this at the very beginning of stream, but for those of you that weren't here, I will answer it again. So metal bands currently listening to. I always listen to Metallica. They're my favorite band. They have been since high school. I will love them forever and always. I always listen to Metallica. More recent bands, Lorna Shore, Ginger, which is a band from Ukraine. I've worn their shirts on my reaction videos before, and I've had people comment being like, oh my gosh, you're wearing a Ginger shirt. It's like, hell yeah. Fellow Ginger fan, let's go. Ginger's fantastic. I listen to The Plot in You, Like Moths to Flames. Parkway Drive is so good, except Parkway Drive recently changed their direction. So to me, they don't really sound much like metal anymore. They kind of went into more of like a rocky direction, which is fine. And I still like their stuff, but when it comes to Parkway Drive, I pretty much listen to 2 albums only, and that's Deep Blue and Horizons. Those 2 albums are literal perfection. I can listen to them front to back all day long, no problem. I love those 2 albums. They're amazing. So those are always on a list to listen to, and I listen to them quite frequently. And then what else? I like Shadows Fall, but I haven't listened to them in a long time. I've seen them live. They were really good. And I had mentioned August Burns Red a little bit ago. I don't listen to them much anymore, but oh my gosh, August Burns Red was like big for me in high school. I listened to them so much in high school. And then I just kind of, I feel like I just grew out of them a little bit, but. Secret debut was Martha, Marcy, May, Marlene, which was only 15 years ago. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. She's in a lot of the MKNA stuff starting when she was 4. Oh, okay. So she was a little bit of a child actor. I didn't realize that. But I feel like she didn't have like a main character kind of role though until she was older, right? So Quicks, the first Metallica. Okay, so I actually have I have a whole story to this as to why I became a Metallica fan. So prior to 9th grade, I had heard the radio stuff, right? We all have like Enter Sandman, Sad But True, Fuel, Wherever I May Roam. Like those are like always on the radio. They're the very popular songs, right? But in terms of like really digging into Metallica's, not only their discography like as a whole, but then going back to their earlier stuff, which as a kid, as a teenager, I'd never heard of before. So in 9th grade, I got a job at a bowling alley because bowling was my sport when I was a child. Here in Canada, we have both 10-pin bowling and 5-pin bowling. My grandparents and my grandparents were exclusively 10-pin bowlers. And then my dad did both. And then when my brother and I were kids, we did 5-pin bowling. And I used to do it competitively. So in 9th grade, naturally, I got a job at my local bowling alley because they knew me and they're like, hey, we're hiring. Want to work here? And I was like, yeah, sure. And I ended up working there all through high school. There was one shift I worked. I had just gotten the job, and I think I was like maybe 3 weeks in. And we had 4 lanes at the location that were interchangeable, so we could change them from 5-pin to 10-pin and vice versa. And it was a bit of a job. It took like half an hour to do. So I started to walk back there, and then my coworker, Josh, who was in 12th grade at the time, so I was in 9th, he was in 12th, he gave me his MP3 player, and he was like, hey, you should listen to this when you're back there. I think you would really like this song. And the song was Seek and Destroy by Metallica, and I had never heard of it before. And I didn't even realize it was Metallica until I finished listening to the song, and I was like, oh my gosh, who was that? I loved that song. It was so good. And he's like, oh, that was Metallica. And I'm like, that didn't sound like them. And he's like, well, yeah, this is their first album from when James was 19, and his voice was a lot different than it is today. And so I got home that night from working, and I immediately went online and I started digging into their discography, their first albums, their earlier albums, and I just... The me back then, when I was a teenager, I was all about listening to albums the whole way through, starting with the first song and not skipping and just listening to an album the way it's meant to be listened to. I was very much about that as a teenager. I don't do that much anymore just because of lack of time. I'm more of a shuffle girl these days. But back then, I was all about like full listens, don't skip, just listen to the album the way it's meant to be. So that's what I did with Metallica's first albums. I started with the first one, Kill 'Em All, and I just went all the way through, and I completely fell in love with them. And then I started like digging into the band and learning about their history and learning about the members and getting to actually like know who they were and blah, 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 blah. And then that's when I became like the diehard Metallica fan that I am today. But I will say, you can be a diehard fan of something and still not like something. I cannot stand Saint Anger. I refuse to listen to it. I cannot stand that album. It pains my ears. I do not like it. But I like everything else that they've done. Although Lulu, I'm still questioning. I still don't care for that album that they did. But everything else is great. Everything else is fine. And I've had the pleasure of seeing them live in 2008. My stepmom was amazing, and I didn't live in Calgary at the time, but I lived close enough to the city that I could go into it whenever I needed to. And they had come to Calgary, and tickets had been sold out for months. But the day before the show, my stepmom just happened to go to Ticketmaster to see if there were any tickets, and she happened to check the site probably moments after they finished setting up the stage. And once they had set up the stage, they were able to release a few more tickets, because then they knew like how many people could be on the floor around the stage. They were able to release a few more rows of seats. So she happened to check at like the most opportune time, and she grabbed 2 tickets for me and my dad, second row, right there in front of the stage. And it was awesome. It was really good. I would like to see them again though, because James Hetfield's voice now, like he's almost 60, but his voice now sounds phenomenal. He sounds so good. I've watched some of their live stuff on YouTube, and I cannot believe how good he sounds. His voice has really matured very, very nicely. And he's so great. Like I love his voice. So I really want to see them again, because I think that their live shows today are still really, really good. And especially since Stranger Things 4 came out, I think their shows now are even more awesome because they incorporate some of the show into their sets now, and they show some scenes of the show like on screen, and I think that's awesome. So I really want to go see them again. I just need to like keep an eye out for when they might be here next. So yeah, that's my history with getting into Metallica, and I've always loved them. My brother loves them. We talk about them a lot, and he sends me Metallica related TikTok memes like all the time, and it's great. We love funny Metallica stuff. Yeah, so that's my Metallica history and why I love them and how I got into them. So thank you for asking that. Have you ever listened to Nightwish? I haven't, Quisty, but let me put that in my brain and I will definitely go check them out. Feel free to post a link or two in Discord if you want to you know where to post it. Let me know if you ever want to start listening to other Christian metal bands. I've been a fan of the genre since 1988. Cool. That's awesome. Fade to Black is the first song I heard by them. It's a good one. It is a very good one. I recently watched a Metallica documentary, and it was really interesting to hear their origin story. Which one did you watch? Because I feel like they have a few. I mean, I think everyone knows about the Some Kind of Monster documentary, which I've seen it before, but I've only seen it once because I didn't really care too much for it. Like, despite being a huge fan of them, like, I don't like seeing them arguing and like being upset with one another. So it's a documentary that I didn't really care for. Cliff Amal, I wouldn't consider Cliff Amal a documentary. It's more just like a compilation of a bunch of his live shows of his sets and stuff, like him playing. But Cliff Amal is always great. I love watching that. For anyone who hasn't seen it, it's so good. You definitely have to watch it. Although I feel like at this point there's people that have like put it on YouTube now in parts, so you could probably just watch it on YouTube. But that one is really good. So anyway, next question. Have you seen the show Spaced? That's a great 2-season show, especially once you've seen some classic geek movies. Tyler asked that. I have not seen Spaced. Make sure that you suggest it on my suggestion form if you want me to check it out. Let me just Google real quick. Spaced TV show. 1999 sitcom. British television sitcom. Ooh, cool. Comic book artist who just broke up with the love of his life, Daisy, an aspiring writer, meet by chance and decide to pose as a professional couple to secure a relatively cheap flat. Nice. Yeah, Tyler, feel free to suggest, and maybe I'll check it out in the future. So, Ryan Reynolds fan. I don't know what to call you because your username's like a bunch of words, but I do not know what you mean. I have no idea what you mean by the 2 questions that you've asked, which is why I have not answered them, because I do not know what you're talking about or referring to. I have not seen anything in the MCU. I think that's probably why. So, yeah, just to let you know, your questions will not be answered because I don't know how to answer them. Next question. Who do you like more? Leonardo DiCaprio, Johnny Depp, or Brad Pitt? For me, it is definitely Leonardo DiCaprio, but more from the perspective of like his acting and not necessarily him as a person. It's always rubbed me the wrong way that he has always dated women of the same age range despite him getting older. Like, doesn't really sit well with me. But his acting is phenomenal, and I also do appreciate his activism with like climate change and stuff. I will give him that, but I do like his roles. I love Titanic. Titanic's one of my favorite movies of all time. Catch Me If You Can, another amazing movie that I've seen multiple times. That one I especially like because it's all about financial fraud, and like I said before, I'm super into finance, and so seeing a movie about like just someone like cheating the system and being fraudulent and stuff, it was a good movie for me. I really enjoy that one. But there's a lot of Leonardo DiCaprio movies that I have not seen before, so I should probably, maybe for YouTube, I'll watch a few Leo movies. Because yeah, I should watch more. I should watch more movies of his. I did see the last Leo movie I saw was Don't Look Up, which it was okay. It was just okay. It wasn't like super my cup of tea, but it was all right. It was all right. Danny, hello, how are you? What's a movie that scared you that wasn't horror or thriller? Ooh, it is Quisty. It is, yeah, it's a good one. Oh, What's a movie that scared me that wasn't horror or thriller? I don't know. I genuinely don't know if I can answer that question. Yeah, I don't know. I think the only thing that I could maybe say is a documentary. Do I even remember the name of it? I don't even know if I remember the name of it. There was a documentary I watched like last week, or not last week. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I just said that. Last year, maybe. It was on Netflix. I can't remember the name of it now. It's on my Letterboxd, I think. Let me see if I can find it. It was about like social media and like the algorithm and like the advertising and stuff. What was it called? Let me check my diary. Was it this? Was this the one I watched? The Social Dilemma. Yeah, The Social Dilemma. Yeah, this was what I watched. Yeah. But I don't even know, like, I can't even say that that really scared me though. Like, like, it depends what you mean by scared. Like, freaked out maybe would be a better way of describing it. I don't know that I actually have a movie that wasn't horror thriller that I've been like scared by, you know? So that's my answer. We'll just say The Social Dilemma. Oh, did you watch Phineas and Ferb when you were little? I did not. No. Have you seen him in What's Eating Gilbert Grape? No, that movie has been on my list for like, I don't know, too long, but I have not seen that one. Maddie, hi. Thank you so much. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome in. All right, last question that's on this form, but chat's moving slow enough today that you guys could probably just toss more questions into the chat and it's fine. I made this form just in case people wanted to ask questions early, and I wasn't sure how busy this stream would be today, so I figured a form just would be easier, just in case chat was going faster than I expected. But so this question is, if what you look like could be 3D modeled as a game character, what game would you be? What game would you like to be in, and what kind of character would you be? That is a great question. That is not something I've ever thought about. I have tried to make myself in... I think I tried making myself in Dragon Age Inquisition before as an Inquisitor. But it's really hard to make yourself. But if someone could 3D model me as a game character, what game would you like to be and what kind of character would you be? I feel like I would love to be a character that Commander Shepard helps in Mass Effect. But I don't know what type of character. Like, but just someone that is a human that lives maybe on the Citadel or is working like on some other planet, and I need Commander Shepard's help, or like Commander Shepard is available to help me. Like, I think that would be really cool. I think that would be super, super fun. So, Rookie, hi. Didn't know you did live stuff. Really enjoyed your journey watching the Star Wars films. Thank you. I do stream twice a week on Twitch, and I have been for almost 3 years. Twitch was my OG content before I started YouTube stuff. So yeah, I'm live all the time on Twitch and have been for, I cannot believe my anniversary is next month. 3 years. 3 years of streaming consistently on Twitch. It's been a wild journey. But I will say that it's different streaming on YouTube, and I was very nervous today because I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do or how this works, but we figured it out. We're golden. It's fine. I feel pretty comfortable. It's been fun hanging out with you guys and talking to you and answering your questions and stuff. So yeah, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. I hope to do these maybe once every 2 to 3 months or so. I think that could be fun. So, did you ever see Love and Monsters? Nope, I have not. All right, a new question just came in, like, immediately. Looking back, would you have watched the Star Wars films in the same or a different order? Same. Same. Like, I understand why chronological order would be fun for a first-time viewer, but I am happy to have watched it in the order that everyone else had to watch it in, right? For the first 6 movies anyway, right? Because, I don't know, that to me, that just makes the most sense. Like, I have watched someone's reaction videos to watching them in chronological order, and that's definitely a really fun way of doing it, and I am watching them right now. I'm rewatching the movies in chronological order. I have messed it up though because I watched Rogue One last weekend with my parents and I hadn't rewatched Revenge of the Sith yet. I had watched Phantom Menace and I had watched Attack of the Clones. And then I've been trying to get time to watch Revenge of the Sith. I hadn't done that yet, but then last weekend I was with my parents and I was like, you want to watch Rogue One? And they're like, yeah, let's watch it. So I did watch Rogue One last weekend. But yeah, doing theatrical release order for the first 6 and then switching to chronological for the last, so putting Solo and Rogue One before the sequels, I really enjoyed that order. I thought that was a fantastic order to do, and I would not change it. If I could go back, I wouldn't change it. That was a good order, and I'm glad I did it that way. But I do think the other orders are a lot more fun for like rewatches. So yeah, like right now, doing chronological order, it's a lot of fun. I'm enjoying it. It's a different journey. It's lots of fun. I'm excited to get to the original trilogy again. I'm excited to rewatch the sequels again. And yeah. And then the Machete order. That's another order that I want to do eventually. That's probably going to be like the 3rd rewatch, is I'll jump into the Machete order and I'll see how that goes. So yeah, that question was by Everett. So Everett, if you're here listening still, thank you. Thank you for your question. Oh, that movie rocks. Love and Monsters. I will add it. Perfect. Thank you. Favorite movie that's not in English. Danny, I am very, very sorry to inform you, but I have not watched any foreign films, like, ever. I have never watched a movie that is completely not in English before. Obviously, I've seen lots of movies where there's portions of it that aren't in English, but I have not watched a foreign film before. And I know that that's a whole genre of movies, because I mean, foreign films are foreign films, but then there's like all the subgenres within those foreign films, right? That's a whole other thing that I could get into. I think I would prefer to just do that kind of stuff on my own time though. But yeah, I haven't watched any that are not in English, so. I'm a 3D character artist, so maybe in the future I'll do a stylized sculpt for fun. Yeah, just make sure to get my permission for it. Which you could use this as permission if you wanted to do it. That would be fine. Make sure to email it to me though. Like, make sure to send me images so that I can see what it looks like. Now I have more movies to add to the list. Don't add them to my reaction list or my suggestion form, please. If I do happen to see it on there, it'll be one that I watch on my own time. I don't think I am prepared to watch them on my YouTube channel because I just feel like editing those for me could be really tricky. And because I've never watched foreign films before, it's one of those things where obviously like you rely on subtitles, right? Or at least I assume that's how it works, is you rely on subtitles. And like I rely on subtitles anyway for the movies that I watch. I always have subtitles going, but yeah, those are things that if I start getting into that, I will do it on my own time. So you're a 3D artist as well, and you work on ZBrush and Blender. Nice. That's cool. That's really cool. The friend of mine that made this, they did this in Blender, I think. They recently got into 3D art, so they've been experimenting a lot. And yeah, this was done, I think, in Blender. Obviously, it's a print, but yeah, it's cool. Oh, what time are we at? Okay, friends, I have to go feed Ella really quick. I will not be gone long, but I am going to throw you up on the BRB screen just for a quick couple minutes. This is actually probably a really good opportunity for if you have been sitting here for a long time with me and you haven't gotten a snack or a drink or anything, or you need to go to the bathroom, this would be a good time for you all to do the same. So we'll just take like a quick 2 to 3 minutes. I might actually have a quick snack while I'm going to feed her. So let's do this, and then I will be back in a few moments. These bots, I swear to God. Lordy, they're so frequent. I don't even understand. Anyway, Tyler, because who is it that asked? Was it Danny? Okay, so because Danny asked favorite movie that's not in English, my brain was coming at it from like foreign films with foreign language, like movies that are not in English. Those are ones that I do not want to react to on the channel because of the fact that they're not in English. Movies that are foreign, like made in China or made in Australia or made in Asia, anywhere in Asia, or made in like Africa. Like, I'm fine with movies that are made in other countries, but if they're in English, like as long as they're in English, then it's fine. So yes, I am making a little bit of a distinction there. It's really just like foreign films that I would have to have English subtitles for that are ones that I wouldn't want to react to for the channel. So, but yeah, Australian movies are totally fine. Hey, come here. Ash, it's good to see you. Hello. I hope you're doing well. Oh, and Quix uses ZBrush, Substance Painter, Maya, and Unreal Engine. Nice, nice. I feel like doing 3D art is so much fun. I've seen people working in the programs before. Like I've popped into a few streams on Twitch because there's a lot of 3D artists that like to do Twitch streams when they're just working on their artwork. Of course, Ella wants to go back outside as soon as I sit down and put you guys, or put me back on the screen. 1 second. Never mind. I heard her tippy tappies wrong. I thought that she walked this way. Nope, she walked that way. Oh, man. Let me put these back on. We got Anella has returned. Come here. Can't quite see you. Almost. Boop. She doesn't like her head sitting in my hand for very long. Or her chin. No. She was about to get into something. I love watching art and gaming streams while I'm working on 3D art. Yeah, it's really nice. Like, that's one thing that's so great about Twitch, at least for me, is like, it's really easy to have Twitch streams up when you're working. So like, if I'm editing reactions for the channel, like I'll typically have a couple Twitch streams up. I usually don't have the sound on just because when I'm editing, I need to be able to hear what I'm doing. But I've got 3 monitors here. So I've got, you guys are currently on this one, which is a vertical monitor. And this is like my Discord permanent monitor. Like I always have Discord up on this monitor. And then this one's my main one. So when I'm watching movies, like this is where I'm looking. When I'm editing, like this is my main screen. And then I have a monitor over here as well. And I actually have a Twitch stream up right now. I'm lurking away in some, it's not going to show up, but trust me, it's over here. So this is usually the monitor that I have like people's streams up. So I can lurk in them, and it's really nice too when some people, not all streamers have it, but a lot of streamers have closed captions on their streams, which is very helpful because I don't want to hear the audio, but every so often I just want to like glance over and read what's going on for a little bit. Like I'll read chat, I'll read a little bit of the closed captions just to kind of like see what's going on and where the streamer is at in their game. It's just nice. It's nice to have that kind of stuff up when you're working. So how long does it take to edit one of your videos? Well, so for a movie that's about like 2 hours, 15 minutes long, I feel like that's kind of like the average movie length nowadays, is anywhere between 2 and 2.5 hours. It'll take me usually at least 10 hours to edit. I always edit the intro and the thoughts portions first. Because once those are fully edited down, where I've cut out all my silent moments, and I've cut out like my ums and my uhs and all that kind of stuff. Once it's like chopped down, then I add those two together. So I figure out like how long each of those sections are. And then that lets me know what I have to cut the movie down to. Because for my channel, I don't want part 1, part 2. I cannot stand part 1, part 2 reactions. That's just a personal preference of mine. So that is not something I ever want to do for my channel because I can't stand watching them. I don't harp other reactors for doing them, and I totally understand why other reactors do them, but it's just not my thing. It's something that I don't want to do for my content. So because of that, I also don't want to have my reactions be over 60 minutes long, and that includes everything. So the intro, my outro, like my thoughts portion, the movie itself. I don't want the whole video being any longer than 60 minutes. I think 2 of my Star Wars reactions are like 59 minutes and seconds because my first round of editing, it was like, I think one was like an hour, 7 minutes, and I'm like, no, I need to cut it down more. So then I chopped it to like, as soon as it got under 60 seconds, I'm like, sick, here we go. So that's kind of my strategy going in. So once I know how long, because my thoughts portion, especially like for those of you that have watched my videos, which should be most of you, I know that not everyone sticks around to watch the thoughts portion of my videos. But that's where I really get the opportunity to like sit down and think about what I want to say, because during the movie itself, I don't like to talk that much. There are some reactors that really talk a lot during the actual movie, but I know for me that it's easy for me to miss stuff if I start like really talking a lot. So I try and just do like quick bits during the movie. Like one thing I do a lot is facial expression reactions, because then I don't have to say anything and I feel like my face can speak for itself. But I try and just do like quick little thoughts during the movie. And then as soon as the credits roll, like my process when I'm recording, as soon as the movie is done, I immediately pull up a notepad on my PC and I just start frantically getting my thoughts out. And then I kind of arrange it into a bit of a script. It's not like a firm script, but I give myself talking points. So typically I like to talk about the overall thoughts of the movie first, and then I like to get into like the cinematography, the soundtrack, if there was any particular like shots or sound design work that I liked. But I spend most of my thoughts portion of the videos talking about my thoughts on the acting and my thoughts on the characters specifically, and that's usually what I talk about the most. So once I've gotten it takes me probably an hour to record my thoughts portion for these videos. It also takes me an hour to record my intro because I mess up every time. Like, I should do a compilation one day of like one reaction video, just every single take that I've taken, because sometimes it takes me 30 times to get the intro right, because it's like I'm brand new at it and I have no idea what I'm doing. Every single time, every single reaction video I do, the intro, I flub it up every time, and it takes me like multiple attempts to get it right. And I don't know why. Because as soon as I start the movie, I'm fine. And as soon as I start the thoughts portion, like where I'm getting out my thoughts on the movie and I'm talking about my review of it, that part's fine. It's the intro every time. I just don't know what to do, and I mess it up every time. What else? It is a full-time job. Yeah, it's a lot of work. And that's why I have a big goal of hiring an editor one day, because I would love to just be able to hand that off, because it takes up, like, once I'm able to hire an editor, I can increase my output on the channel significantly. Trevor, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you. Randy, hello, good to see you. Yeah, once I can hire an editor, like, that means I can just, like, right now, I mean, I've had some time off from YouTube. I haven't put out I put out a video yesterday, but prior to that, I hadn't put out a video in a long time. And I'm going to be getting back into it. So my current schedule that fits really well for me is one movie reaction a week. Because then that, like it's a lot of work. Like, the editing alone is multiple hours for one video, but then there's so much work on top of that. There's editing the uncut version, which doesn't take a super long time, but it's still a lot of exporting time and uploading time, and it still has to go through all of that stuff. Then there's the Patreon things that I do. I do a lot of work for Patreon. That is growing a lot for me, and I really like being able to give back to people that choose to support me. And because the only money I'm bringing in right now is from YouTube and Patreon and my Twitch stream, like, it's important to me that if people are choosing to give me their money because they like what I do, it's important to me to give them good stuff and to give them stuff often. So the work that I do on Patreon is really important for me. And so I do a lot there, which also takes a lot more hours and time. And then I still stream on Twitch. Twitch is not something I'm giving up. I really love my Twitch stream, and I love my Twitch community. So the streaming twice a week, that's 8 hours of live time, but I do a lot of prep work and post work. Like, when the stream is over, I do a lot of wrap up stuff. So that's also more hours. So I track my time. I track my time. I have been since January 1st, so I know exactly how many hours I spend editing. I know exactly how many hours I spend doing YouTube work, Twitch work. I track it all. So it's a lot of hours in a week. And I'm not someone, I refuse to be a workaholic. It's not in my bones. I have never been that way. So even though I'm like working for myself, I am not someone that's going to wake up in the morning and immediately jump into YouTube stuff and do it until I go to bed. Like, that's just not my thing. I have friends, I have family, I have my dog. I want downtime. I love going for walks. I love driving. I love reading. I love just having my own time to watch movies and TV shows, like just on my own time and not for you guys. Like, I want to have a life, right? I want to still have a life. So it's very important to me that I don't start putting in like 80-hour weeks, because I know that that's not sustainable and that's not something I'm interested in. So at the moment, what works for me is like 1 video a week. And once I'm able to hire an editor one day, then you guys can expect way more videos on the channel. But editing takes up like 75% of the total time for 1 video. It's a big task. And the moment that I can like get some help with that, I do have someone right now that is kind of testing editing for me. So I've given him 2 movie reactions that I've done on the channel before. I've given him 1 Star Wars one and 1 Batman one. And he's currently working on them. And if that works out, then he can't commit to like completely taking it all over for me, but he can help. He can help, which means that like we'll be both editing together. And that means that I can increase the output a little bit for you guys, while not working myself to the bone, where this becomes something that I no longer like to do, right? Because that's my fear, is I never want this to come to a point where I don't enjoy doing it anymore. I'm sure that will happen one day. Like, I don't think anyone does this forever, but it's not something that I want to quit anytime soon, because this is still so new and I'm really enjoying it, and I love doing this work for you to entertain you guys. And I love community building. I have my Twitch community that's like almost 3 years now. YouTube has grown so fast in such a short period of time, and I recognize a lot of your usernames now, like especially if you comment on videos regularly. Like, there's a bunch of you that I recognize, so if I see your name in chat, like, I know you, like I recognize you. So that part is really fun. That's something I really enjoy. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. I really appreciate your outro thoughts, because you mentioned things from a different perspective and point out things that I might have missed. Yeah, there's some of my favorite parts of the video to record. Like, I really like being able to sit here and just like talk about it all. I watched a reaction video a few months ago, and it was really jarring when the movie finished and the YouTube video ended. Like, they didn't have an outro. They didn't recap the movie and like talk about their thoughts. Like, the reaction it ended and their video ended. And I was like, wait, what? I'm like, but what did you think of the movie? And anyway, that was like, I didn't realize that there were people that did that. So that was very interesting to me. But it's also cool just to see how other reactors do things. Speaking of reactors, I have a question for you guys. You guys have been asking me stuff, but I have a question for you. In addition to watching my videos, tell me who else you watch. I will tell you who I watch. I watch Nikki and Steven React. They were my first channel that I found like years ago, when they were actually pretty brand new. Their Game of Thrones reactions I fell in love with, and I love them as a couple, and I think they're absolutely fantastic. And they are like me in the sense that during the movie, they're quieter and they don't talk as much, but then they really get their thoughts out as soon as the episode or the movie is done. And they were big inspiration for me starting out, because they were the only reaction channel that I'd ever watched. So when I first watched A New Hope with Star Wars, I kind of was like, well, I've watched them and I like how they do theirs, so I'm gonna kind of do it the same way. And that was like why I edited the way I did, and kind of why I structured the video the way I did. And that works for me, and that's kind of just how I've kept going, and it's what feels the most comfortable. So I also watch Cassie, aka Popcorn in Bed. She's fantastic, and she is a fellow Albertan. She doesn't live in Alberta anymore, but she was raised here. So it's kind of cool to see another reactor that is kind of close to home in a way. And she's wonderful. And who else do I watch? I watch my friends. My best friend, So Ever Dream, reacts right now to Rick and Morty, Avatar: The Last Airbender. He's about to upload reactions to Gravity Falls, and he is also watching Arcane. I've met him in person. We met in person for the first time in November. He's someone that I've known through Twitch for almost 3 years, and he's incredible. So if you're interested in those shows, let me just throw his link into the chat, and you can go follow him. So Ever Dream. There we go. And then my other friend, Mikey, he also watches a lot of animated stuff, animated TV shows. He has also watched Gravity Falls, and he's really diving into a lot of different stuff. He's awesome. I've also met him in person, along with Everdream. The two of us got to meet Mikey in November as well. He also is someone that we met on Twitch. And yeah, so if you're interested in like those types of TV shows, definitely go check those two out. And then my friend Tiny, she also just started reacting recently. Tiny Shark Plays, she's watching Arcane as well. And she watched an anime show a little bit ago. She's also watched a handful of movies, but I don't know if she's committing to movies regularly. But she's over from the UK, and she's got a lovely voice. Like if you are about watching female reactors that have a really lovely voice, go follow Tiny. Her voice is majestic, and I love her. She's fantastic. And then I feel like those folks are the ones that oh shoot, before I forget, Vero Wax. She is also someone from Twitch. She just started her channel. She is watching Harry Potter. She just uploaded today the 6th movie, so she's just about done, and then she'll be moving on to some other stuff. So if you like supporting smaller reactors that are just getting started, she's not even a Twitch partner yet, so go get her to 1,000 subs, and that would be awesome. So definitely go follow Vero. All right, let me read some comments now. So we've got oh, Quicks, I'll give it here to you. http://www.twitch. I actually don't need the www. Let me tag you so you can see it. Quicks, there you go. There's my Twitch link. Have you seen these 2 movies, Scoob and the Boss Baby? Neither. I've not seen either. D, thank you. I appreciate that comment very much. Thank you, thank you. I've not seen Green Street Hooligans. Mutton, thank you. Remember, guys, if you want to suggest... Let me just grab the link. If you want to suggest movies to me, the only way to do it is through my form that I have, because it just collects all of your suggestions in one place for me, and it's really, really easy. This is the link to the form here if you want to suggest movies. Oh, some reactors' outros are smash that like button and turn on your notifications. Yeah, I do that at the beginning of the reaction. Addy Counts, Popcorn in Bed, Vicuña, many more. Yeah, Vicuña is another one for me. I also watch Ashley Burton sometimes, but she watches a lot of movies that I've never seen before, so it's really hard to watch some of her videos. Same with Popcorn in Bed. They both have watched a lot of movies that I have not yet seen, so I will give them a like, but I will not watch the video just because I can't. Sometimes for Cassie, I'll leave the video up and I'll put it like off screen so I don't see it or hear it, and I'll just like let it run through so that she gets the view. Which that helps creators a lot. Average watch time is something that is a metric that is really important. So, well, I shouldn't say really important. Sometimes it's important. So I do that sometimes for some reactors, but top channels are Movies with Mary, Cinebinge, Popcorn in Bed, Ashley Burton, Alonda Parker, TBR Schmidt, Just Some, and Ryan Carrington. Good list. Good list. And Cinebinge is also Canadian. Yes, I have watched a few of their videos before. They are lovely. I really like how they bounce off of each other. They react really, really well. And I'm really impressed by how they do it because they don't appear to be in the same location and in the same room, right? So it's really impressive that they can both record in their separate ways and have it come together and be really smooth for their videos. Very impressed by their editing and how they do it. I think it's good. It's very, very good. I like Let's React. Cool. D'Angelo, hello. Welcome in. Mikey and Ever, the other reactors I watched. Yeah. Mood. Bobathon, Gobathon. Hello. Welcome in, Bob. How are you? Have you seen Top Gun and Top Gun Maverick? I believe I have seen Top Gun, the first one. I have not seen Maverick, though. But let me just double check that I have seen Top Gun, because I genuinely don't remember if I have. I think I have. I did. When did I watch this? It was recently-ish. When? Oh, did I not log the day I watched this? I didn't. I think, Bob, I watched it in Discord, like for a movie night with Twitch people. I don't know when. Hang on, when did I watch this? Yeah, I don't know when I watched it. I just know that I have it. I think it was sometime through Discord or, yeah, it might have been someone else's Discord server. Maybe Everdreams? I don't know, but anyway. Juicy, your face is important. Got him. Juicy, how are you? It's so good to see you. She just reacted to Somewhere in Time, and it was great to see the thoughts going through her head trying to figure out the story as it unfolds. Yeah, Cassie's great. Cassie is great. She is also growing so fast. She's at the point now where she's getting like 1,000 subs a day, which is incredible. I found her back in January because when I put up my reaction for A New Hope, I immediately wanted to watch someone else's reaction. So I searched it, and Cassie's was the first one that showed up. And so I just clicked on it, and that was how I found Cassie's channel. So that was good. That was good. I think the thing I like the most about reaction content here on YouTube is that personally, I think it's a space that there doesn't need to be competition between reactors. I mean, I don't think there needs to be competition between any kind of genre on YouTube anyway. But the thing is, like, YouTube is such a great platform because it allows anyone to thrive on it. And there's so much space for everyone to be here, right? And the thing with reaction content is that because everyone has such different personalities and different life experiences that will influence what they think about a movie or how they interpret a movie, it's really cool to watch these reaction videos, and sometimes to the same movie multiple times by all different people, because you get so many different thoughts and perspectives because of those people's lived experiences and what they've been through and what their personality is and everything. So it's really cool. That's like one of the things that I find so valuable about it, is it's just cool to just see how people think of things. The only negative to reaction content is the people that think that you should like the movie exactly how they liked it, and they will trash you for not liking something or not understanding something. Oh my gosh, the comments of people being like, wow, you're dumb. Like, how did you not get this? It's like, bro, I'm watching a movie for the very first time. Like, sometimes it takes you a couple of watches to understand something fully. Like, you're not there. There's so many movies that you're not going to fully get something the first watch through, especially when it's a movie where there's time jumps or it's out of order. Like, just referring to Pulp Fiction as an example, like the timeline of how that movie was done, where it bounces between different points in time. And then by the end of the movie, you kind of like figure out when everything happened. Like, that is something that I don't think people will get on a first watch fully, right? That's something that will take maybe like 2 or 3 rewatches. Interstellar for me was one that, like, I loved Interstellar the first time I saw it, but it took me like 2 or 3 watches to really appreciate it, because then it's like I knew what was coming. So watching the earlier scenes back, knowing what was coming, helps, because then it gives you that added context, and then you're able to notice details and stuff. So the people that like comment shit like that, where they're like, how did you not understand this very specific plot point in the middle of the movie, blah, blah, blah. It's like, can you just shut the fuck up and let me just, like, you're watching a first time reaction. If you don't want it to be fake, like, you're getting my in the moment reaction to watching something for the very first time. Like, bro, you've watched it 30 times yourself. Like, don't even shit on me. Anyway, sorry for all the cursing. If I get really passionate about something, I let out a few more curses than I normally would. Anyway, rant over. I know I recommended it already, but how about the Bad Batch surrounding Clone Force 99? It's a good series. Randy, on Patreon. That'll be watched on Patreon. So I'm still working my way through the Clone Wars. I just started season 4. As soon as Clone Wars is over, I'll be watching the Bad Batch, and then I'll move on to Rebels, and then Andor, and then I'm going to watch The Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett. Hopefully by the time all of those are done, Ahsoka will be out, and then hopefully by then The Acolyte will be out. And then we'll have watched all the Star Wars shows. Well, not all of them, most of them. I don't know if there's any I'm missing, but yes, I do have plans for that. And like I've said earlier many times, If you cannot support on Patreon, do not worry, because I am going to be putting season reviews and thoughts on YouTube publicly. I did one for seasons 1 and 2 of Clone Wars. I did like a recap episode ranking video. I talked about my thoughts of the show, how I ranked each episode, which episodes I liked the most, which episodes I didn't, which arcs were really great, which arcs I didn't really care for. I plan on doing that for every single season of every Star Wars show that I watch. So you'll be able to see it that way. And then I'll also be releasing certain videos for free as well. I plan to do one from every single season. So I think for season 2, I will release the Mandalore trilogy for you guys for free so that you can see what it's like to watch along with me with these TV shows that I do over on Patreon. And then for season 1, it'll probably be the Ryloth trilogy, I think, is the one that I'll do for season 1, because I loved that trilogy. I think that was my favorite one from season 1. So we'll do Ryloth, we'll do Mandalore. For season 3, I do not know which arc I will release for free for you all to watch with me. I'll let you know when I'm done my ranking video, and then maybe I'll release the one that I enjoyed the most. I think that's probably how I'll do it, so yeah. All right, let me scroll up a bit. You guys are commenting a lot. Thank you for your comments. Gonna be watching both of those as a double feature with a friend who hasn't seen them. Maverick is such a great movie. I've heard really good things, Bob. I've heard really good things. I do want to watch it. I heard it's coming out. When is it being released? Digital release date. November 1st. Oh, that's physical media. When is it coming? August 23rd. Oh, that's like in 3 days. Nice. Okay. Cool. Cool. That's a Paramount movie though. Ugh, I might not be able to react to that for the channel. We'll see. We will see. Just taking a break for art. I was lurking for a bit. Thank you for the lurk, Juicy. I appreciate it very much. What is the most nostalgic Pixar movie? The first Toy Story. Hands down. That was the first Pixar movie for me. It'll always be that one. The very first Toy Story. I love it so much. Have you ever considered doing shorter reactions to things like songs or stand-up comedy bits? Definitely not songs. I have no interest in reacting to music, just because with those videos, you're not able to monetize them. And I want to make this my livable full-time job. So yeah, I don't have plans to do music reactions. Just because, yeah, folks that have channels for that, like they have to rely on a lot of external sources or like branding, sponsorships and stuff. Those are things I wouldn't mind entertaining once I like have that, you know, the financial aspect covered. Like if I could get sponsorships for those videos, or if I'm making, you know, a good enough income through all of the different sources. But yeah, no plans to do that anytime soon. Shorter videos though, like I have reacted to the that Star Wars Scene 38 reimagined video. Like I did a reaction video to that, and that was fun. I also have plans, I haven't shared this yet, but I have plans to do a reaction video to the Kenobi fan edit. What is it called? It's like, someone had suggested it to me and I wrote it down and I have not forgotten about it. It's the Kenobi HFP reaction. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Heroes Fan Productions, Kenobi Heroes Fan Productions. Is that the same people that did the, I think they're a different channel. But yeah, they released it 4 years ago. It's called Kenobi. It's got 5.1 million views. I was told to react to it, but the thing is I have to wait until Clone Wars is over before I can react to that one. So it's sitting here patiently waiting until I'm done watching the Clone Wars. But yes, I don't mind reacting to some shorter stuff. Fan edits I'm all about. Like fan edits I could do little quick reaction videos to, and that's fine by me. Only problem with YouTube movie reactions, which you seem to have thought about at least a little, is the tiny list of movies people draw from. There are just so many movies. The thing though, Tyler, is that we also have to come at this from a business perspective. So like the reason that reactors all react to the same movies is because those are the movies that are really well loved by so many people. So the more popular a movie is, the more views it's likely going to get because so many people in the world love them. And that's why reacting to lesser known movies or maybe lesser liked movies is always a little bit it's fine to do them, I think, once you've got that like solid community that will literally watch anything you put out. I'm not quite at that level yet. Star Wars kicked my channel off really well, but I know that so many people are not going to stick around for anything else because Star Wars is Star Wars and that's all they want to watch, right? So it's like, I think once a channel gets pretty established, then it's fine to like kind of veer off a little bit. But yeah, the thing is like there's the whole, and the reason I say there's a business aspect to it is because like if this is a full-time job for people and they're relying on money to come in from brands and sponsorships, like those brands obviously want the video to get a lot of views. So it's like when you come at this from that point of view, like what's going to get more views? Like a movie that was very popular and really well loved and common and also was popular in many different countries, or something from like 1960 that's like a classic movie, but not like a classic, but like maybe a little bit of a like lesser known older movie. So you kind of, it's like a fine balance, I guess. For me personally, like I'm okay with watching like some of the lesser, like less popular movies. But my list of movies that I haven't seen is huge, and there are so many big movies that I have not seen before. Movies that lots of reactors have done that I just haven't, like, so those are definitely a priority to get to for me. But I do like to mix it up. Someone commented on my Rain Man reaction saying like they were really surprised to see Rain Man because they said that a lot of reactors don't watch it. But there have been a few, like I'm not the only one. So that was kind of nice. That was kind of nice to see. Okay, I'm still catching up on comments here. Pamela, hello, welcome in. Don't understand what Pulp Fiction's about. I've seen that movie 3 times. It's all good, Juicy. I think it's just meant to be dramatic and chaotic. Nothing wrong with Pole Driven, but the engine of that is not necessarily quality, but popularity. Yeah, and that's fine by me. Like, I'm okay with that. It's one of those things where it's like, I just want you guys to make the call for me. Like, you decide what the movie is, and that's what I'm looking for, so. I enjoy the Real Rejects reactions. They do a good job bouncing off one another's thoughts and opinions. I am subscribed to them. I do not know I think I maybe watched one of their reactions, but I do know I am subscribed. Fun fact, when they played the very first piece of film footage, which was of a train arriving in a station, the audience ran away because they thought they'd be run over. Aw. Have you watched or has anyone suggested Dead Poets Society? Let me check. There has been a suggestion for it yet. Yes, there has. But I have not seen it, no. Oh, the language of film is invented. There was a time when people did not understand how to interpret a time jump. Now we all understand instinctively, but someone invented that edit. They sure did. And thank goodness for the person that thought to do that, so. I have not, Ryan. I have not watched The Spectacular Spider-Man. Top Gun Maverick, yeah, Digital Tuesday, physical media, November 1st. Yeah, that'll be cool. That'll be cool. I've seen a lot of reactions to stuff like Bo Burnham or Lil Dicky. They seem to get a lot of views, but I have no idea how YouTube monetization works. Yeah, the YouTube ad revenue is all viewer based. It's all views. It's advertisers pay Google a certain dollar amount per 1,000 views, and then you get a portion of that. So CPM is what they pay, and then RPM is what we receive. So revenue per mil is what it stands for, or revenue per milli. So basically it's a dollar amount per 1,000 views that you get on the video. So yeah, the more views a video has, the more you earn. I will say though, because I have a reaction video that is coming up on 450,000 views. I will say that ad revenue is not that much. I am appalled actually at how little money a 450,000 view YouTube video is. Especially because how that video works. So that was my Revenge of the Sith reaction. For some reason, the RPM on the day I released it, like the day I put it out, was really high for some reason. I'm still not sure why. I don't understand. Like, RPM changes daily, right? So the day that I released that video, it had a really high RPM, like over double the amount that it normally is. So all the views on that day got that RPM. So that video kicked off with like what I thought was a decent amount of money. And then silly me assumed that I would continue to get that RPM throughout the rest of the video's life. Definitely not the case. It immediately plummeted. And yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's interesting being on the creator side now because ad revenue on YouTube is something that I've always generally been curious about. And don't get me wrong, like people have done videos on it before. Like there's people that have talked about the income that they make through ad revenue, but it's definitely not as much as I ever thought it was. But to be fair, there are some categories that earn way more than others. Tech channels make a killing because tech videos and tech channels are something that tech companies can easily throw their ads on. So there's really high demand for those videos. So advertisers will pay way more money to get their products on those types of videos. So tech videos do really, really well, and people can make an absurd amount of money just through ad revenue. Gaming is a category that unless you're like a Mr. Beast or a Jacksepticeye or a Markiplier, like then you're making really, really good money. I still think that smaller gaming channels can make a good amount of money, but the RPM is not. It's just fascinating knowing the differences in RPM. Travel is another one that has a really good RPM on it because, again, travel companies can throw their ads on those videos and they do really well. What I do for movie reactions, RPM is definitely on the lower end. My gaming videos that I've put up, the like Mass Effect ones, the Star Wars Darth Revan reveal, pitiful RPM, like super low. So it's just interesting to see the differences. Yeah, tutorial videos are also really good. Yeah, gaming is very oversaturated. Yes, it's very hard. Oh, Jake, oh no. I'm so sorry, friend, that you had to leave because of your internet. I'm so sorry, my friend. I hope it's been fine here though. It feels a lot like a Twitch stream today, actually. I'm kind of relieved that there's not a ton of you here. Like, obviously I wanted a bunch of people to show up, but there's a lot of you, there's enough of you here that we can have a good conversation. I'm not falling behind on chat. We can talk about things for quite some time and I'm still able to like read all your messages and stuff. So I'm kind of relieved for that, actually. It feels comfy. It feels very, very comfy. Oh, what else am I gonna say? Who is the friend that you mentioned earlier that has a YouTube channel and a good voice? I was listening then, but missed her name. Oh, Chosen. Let me tag you and I will give you the link. That is my friend Tiny Shark Plays. youtube.com/TinyShark. I met her on Twitch. She's a Twitch streamer just like me. We play kind of similar-ish games. She's from the UK and she just started a reaction channel last year. She uploaded like 2 movie reactions and then she didn't upload anything for a while, but she's recently gotten into some TV shows. So she watched an anime show and she's currently watching Arcane. She's just about done. And then she has put up a couple movie reactions recently. I think she's going to be doing a mix of TV shows and movies. But yeah, she's just got like, you know how like some British accents just sound really, really pleasant on the ears? Like Tiny just has a fantastic voice. Like it's just really lovely listening to her talk. So like I said, if you're about someone that has a very pleasant voice, like I feel like for me, so Tiny has a great female British voice. And then on the flip side, my favorite voice in the reaction space is Skyman. I love his videos because he has just such a handsome, smooth voice. Oh, it's so good. It's very pleasurable to the ears. It's very, very, very good. I don't know if any of you have been to his channel, but it is Skyman Universe is his. It's Ed Skyman is his channel. He's got such a lovely voice. It's so good. It's so good. Oh. All right, let me scroll back up. I'm a big movie guy. I mostly understand the business aspect that catches the formula. Catching the formula is the algorithm. Lots of the movies that don't actually do that well on YouTube are also massively popular. Very true. The algorithm is always at play. I could react to popular movies and my reactions might not do well. And it's just because of the algorithm. Like when I did Star Wars, like the algorithm really blessed me. Like the algorithm showed me to so many people that love Star Wars and my videos were plopped in front of a bunch of different people. But the thing is now that I'm branching off of Star Wars and trying new stuff, I mean, now I'm really experiencing just like the difference in the algorithm, right? And experiencing that, you know, there's probably going to be many people that don't come back and watch anything else. And that's okay. Like if they liked what they liked and they have no interest in seeing anything else, like that's fine. There's nothing I can do about it. My hope with this channel is to treat it like I did and do my Twitch stream, where it's like, here's the content I'll provide, but I hope that you tune in because you value what I have to say and what my thoughts are, and you're here for like me as a person and a creator, and not necessarily what I'm watching. Obviously, if I watch something you've never seen before, then you're probably not going to watch the video, but that's my hope, is what I'm saying. Like, that's my goal, is to build community. I'm not just here, like, I am here to entertain at the end of the day, but it's more than that. It's more than that. I still want to interact and engage with you all and get to know you and share a little bit of my life with you as well. Within reason, of course. I'm not going to like totally be an open book, but Star Wars Theory. Yes, Randy. I've watched a bunch of his videos now that I've like got the movies under my belt and I'm on to Clone Wars now, and I've watched Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yeah, I've watched a bunch of his videos. He has a really good channel. Like, I am very impressed with the types of videos that he does. There's a lot of really good ones that he's done, and I'm like super proud of him. He's built up a really, really good channel. American History X, pretty well made. DK, I will link you my movie suggestion form. Feel free to toss it in there, and that is how I will be able to see it. There's your username. There you go. Rocky movies were not necessarily big YouTube reaction titles, and now they are, so it's also like you wonder what switch needs to be flipped to make a popular movie big. I think, Tyler, the key is you get someone of Cassie's size or even larger, like Blind Wave. Like, the Blind Wave channel is coming up to 1 million subscribers, right? Like, I think they're one of the biggest reaction channels on the platform, right? If you get the Blind Wave guys to react to maybe a more unknown movie and it does really, really well, then those people will then want to find more people that do it. So you almost have to watch it like what the bigger people are doing. And if they have a really successful response to a certain movie, then that almost tells like the other reactors that, hey, like maybe it'll do the same here, because now those people might want to try finding other folks. Like, there's been some movies that I've been suggested on my forum. And with a handful of them, I actually have searched on YouTube to just be like, has anyone reacted to this? And there are lots of movies on here where I've searched on YouTube, and there's movie reviews, but there's no reactions. So there is a part of me that's like, well, what if I'm the first? Like, that'd be kind of cool to be the first one to react to X movie. So I might switch it up. Like, I think if I did a balance of like popular movies and then maybe once in a while throw in a movie that's like totally off the beaten path, I think that could be fun. I have no idea how the performance will go, but I think it could be fun. It's a shame that's the approach, but I hope that one day you get big enough to watch Pig. I suggest that for you. It's a Nick Cage movie. It's so freaking good. Sounds good, Juicy. Feel free again to suggest it. Always use my forum if you want to suggest movies. That's like the main way for me. So are you planning to watch the 2 Star Wars Ewok adventure movies? I promise they're way better than The Last Jedi. Maybe Gradage. I'm not sure yet. I do not know. The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent is a masterpiece. Good to know. Good to know. Jabba the Hutt was supposed to be Harry, but eventually became the giant slug we all know him to be. I also heard, wasn't he a person? Like, wasn't Jabba the Hutt, well, maybe not a Hutt, but wasn't Jabba supposed to be like a human person? Or looked like a human person, but maybe was something else. I can't remember that fun fact from my A New Hope reaction so long ago. I've been loving Billy's Arcane reactions. It's such a good show. I do want to check it out. Like, now that Ever's watched it, we've got Mikey that's watched it, Tiny's watching it. It's one that I do want to check out one day. Still unsure if it's something that I would do for Patreon. Maybe that's a show I just do on my own. I know that the Arcane fandom is very, very passionate, very similar to Star Wars in that regard, maybe even more so. But the thing that is interesting, your main content on this channel is reaction content. Gaming content won't do as much because the algorithm for your channel is tuned for that content. Well, it's funny too, because my channel was gaming content and had gaming tags and was under the gaming category, like it actually, it took a bit, like on, I think actually Social Blade still shows me as a gaming channel, even though I've only uploaded movie reactions for the past many months. It still has me as a gaming channel for some reason. But yeah, I don't want to mix too much gaming content in on this channel. I think I'll probably, I don't know that I'll put any more gaming reaction moments on here. I might save those for just throwing up a Discord or something, or maybe I'll just keep them unlisted and and whatnot. The only reason I uploaded the Star Wars one, the Darth Revan one, was just because it was relevant at the time. Like I had either just finished the Star Wars movies or I was still in the middle of watching them, and I figured like it was relevant. So even though it was gaming, it was Star Wars, and my channel was very Star Wars heavy at the time. But I did upload a Mass Effect one. The Mass Effect one, it was interesting because it didn't get that many views to start, and then randomly the algorithm was like boom, and it sent it out to a bunch of people, and then I got way more views. Which was just, I don't know, it's so interesting when the algorithm puts a wave on your video. And I mean, I appreciate it though, because I feel like, when did it start happening? I feel like maybe it was 2018 or 2019. Do you remember going on YouTube and all of a sudden YouTube was recommending you videos that were uploaded 5 years ago, and you're like, what the heck? Like, why am I only seeing this now? I actually really appreciate that YouTube has done that. I'm glad that they recommend older videos to you, because I think that there's something really sad, or at least the way that YouTube used to be back in the day, it never used to do that. And I remember thinking like, it's so sad that some really great videos from years ago are probably going to end up like forgotten about because they just don't get recommended to anyone anymore, and you have to actually go dig for it. So it's nice that YouTube made those algorithmic improvements so that, you know, friggin' 5 years from now, someone could find my Star Wars reactions and watch them all. And I just think there's something really cool about that. Algorithms keep showing the same channels over and over. It does, and that's the thing, Samuel, is that people don't subscribe anymore because the algorithm shows you the same channels over and over again. So like the moment that you find a new channel and you've watched one of their videos, like it's both good and crappy. Like I like, what am I saying? I appreciate it because when someone doesn't subscribe, it's nice that YouTube will still show them one of my new videos. But then because YouTube does that, it doesn't incentivize people to subscribe anymore, because they're like, well, the YouTube algorithm will probably show me one of their new videos anyway. The other thing I've noticed is that people's community posts also show up on your homepage if you've not subscribed to them, but you've been to their channel and you've watched one of their videos. They will, like, those posts will show up. So I think I posted about my Twitch stream one time and someone commented like, who cares? And I saw they weren't subscribed to me, and I was like, well, obviously you don't care because you probably don't know me. Or you've only seen one of my videos and you have no idea like who I am or what I do. So anyway, I think you are from Europe, or originally from Europe. Not me. Family though, going back a few years, and by a few I mean like multiple decades. Although my family hasn't lived in Europe in, when did my great grandfather come to Canada? That would have been from it was like Russia area, or like Germany. I can't remember if he like went to Russia from Germany or went to Germany from Russia, but came over from there like in 1900 something. So yes, I do have a European background. I am French, German, and Russian when you consider my dad and my mom's side all together. This might not be what all people do. I like figuring out taste. Even now, the videos I saw so far determined what I put in the form. Yeah. The other thing too with taste is like, I mean, for myself specifically, like I'm pretty open to everything. The only thing that I refuse to react to is anime, and that's just a very personal preference. I have no desire to watch anime films or TV shows. It's just not my thing. Horror is another one that's like very iffy. Like I'll accept suggestions for horror films, but don't be upset if I never react to it. Because horror is not my thing. Thriller, I love thrillers. I don't like jump scares. And I don't like scary things just to be scary. Like I still want a good story. So that's why I like thrillers way more, because I like the feeling of goosebumps and my hair sticking up. I like the feeling of being creeped out. I don't like jump scares. I think it's just like really unnecessary. I'd rather be creeped out, freaked out, goosebumps, hair sticking up, that kind of reaction over just like weird. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm hoping I'm explaining this right. I hope I'm explaining this okay, but that's like, when it comes to scary movies, I just would much prefer the thriller side of scary movies. and not just like scary to scare you. Like it just, I don't know. My brother loves horror movies and I don't understand it, but that's just me. So this is a very long live stream. I typically stream for 4 hours on Twitch. So yeah, that's what we're doing. I don't have an end time. I'm just sitting here chatting with you all and having a conversation in real time. That's just what I do. That's just what I do. My Twitch streams are 4 hours long, usually, give or take a few minutes. And that's my preferred length. I knew I was gonna go for probably at least 2 hours. But yeah, four hours is my comfort zone. But Will, you're free to leave at any time. You don't have to stay here the whole time. You can always catch up on the rest of it later. It'll be on my channel for watching when it's done. So don't feel like you have to stay if you've got things to do or you want to do something else. I will not be offended, I promise. People can come and go as you please. Oh, it's okay, Tyler. It's okay. It's fun talking about it with you because trust me, Tyler, I do understand your point of view. I definitely understand from a viewer perspective that like there's a lot of viewers that want the more off the beaten, less popular movies. I totally get it. But yeah, for someone like me that's trying to make this a livable full-time job, which I'm not currently at that level, I'm not bringing in enough to sustain my cost of living, so I am still living off of savings. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, that's a goal of mine, so that's a focus. So you kind of have to do a good balance of both, I guess. It's one of those things where you just gotta kind of figure it out. I'll suggest you so many movies. The issue is that some of my favorite movies, you need to have the proper mindset due to the triggers they can cause. Well, that's okay, Juicy, because I looked up triggers for Pulp Fiction, but it was one of the reasons that so many people got mad at me was because I looked up ahead of time possible, heavy, maybe uncomfortable things. Oh, did the men get mad? They got so mad at me for looking up. And it's so funny because movies come with warnings, like TV shows come with warnings, like viewer discretion is advised. We heard that all the time as kids, right? Watching stuff, we still hear it today. Like disclaimers about what a piece of media can contain to make the viewer aware that this media will have sexual violence or drugs or lots of cursing or whatever. Like, it's always been a thing. So the fact that I looked it up ahead of time to make myself familiar with what Pulp Fiction had in it, and then I happened to just say that to let people know, oh my gosh, the guys that got so mad at me for doing that, they were more triggered by me saying that I looked up triggers than I was triggered by what was happening in the movie. And the irony on that is not lost on me. It's lost on them though. Berlin, hello, it's good to see you. It would, Jake, it would if I did. The thing is though, is that I don't know if I actually want to create another channel at this point. I feel like I technically have a gaming channel. I have an Animal Crossing channel that I made in 2021. I was going down an Animal Crossing path, and then movie reactions took over my life, and this had a much faster growth. So I decided to switch and come and do this instead, and I don't regret it at all. Star Wars Theory, Darth Vader fan film is amazing. Cool, I'll keep that one in mind. Jabba was a person, and then when they put it, they CGI'd Jabba over him. Yep. It's nice they recommend videos like that. The issue is that subscriptions slowly lose its meaning. Yes, it does. Yep. Just like how I notice I've seen a couple of videos of you and I'm not even subscribed. Juicy, I am offended that you were. I'm just kidding. I'm totally not, but you should subscribe. Stupendous Waves YouTube channel. Ooh, okay. Hang on. Let me subscribe right now. I am still someone who subscribes, by the way. I am a big subscriber. We have the Stupendous Wave. Stupendous Wave. All right. Subscribed. Thank you for the recommendation. I appreciate it. Oh, Jake, welcome back. I'm glad your internet is back. I hate that YouTube recommends me a channel I'm subscribed to. No shit, I'll watch their stuff, though as of late, quite a few subs show up in recommends and not my sub feed. Yeah, and also too, the sub feed can kind of become overwhelming when you're subscribed to a lot of channels. Like, it's sometimes like I'll log in and my subscriptions feed in one day will have like 50 new videos, and it's like, oh my God. It's like, I think I'm subscribed to too many people is the issue, but it also like, I want to be subscribed to a lot of people. So I think the algorithm is nice for recommending you like what you're more likely to watch. The only downside is then channels that you no longer watch anymore, it's going to recommend them less to you. So it's kind of one of those things. Half Italian, over a quarter German. Grandpa fought in World War II, but I'm genuinely like descended from the axis of evil. We got her to play Outlast and Alien Isolation, and that was enough. Oh my gosh, Jake, I do not know if I'm gonna finish Alien Isolation. I just don't think that was my game. Outlast was fine. I mean, it sucked, but it was fine. Alien Isolation, yeah, I don't know if that was my thing. I do not know if I will, watch it, but yeah. Anyway. Oh, I didn't even see that comment. Thank you, Tyler. I didn't even see that one. I just deleted it. That is not a nice thing to say. I mean, it's true, but it's not a nice thing to say. Unpopular opinion. Only good and best jump scare is when the scientist slams against the glass in Independence Day. That is a very, like, random... I love the most random moment from a movie that isn't a horror movie. That's really good. You can tell with comments like that who is from YouTube and who is from Twitch. Yeah. No, guys, thank you for letting me know. I literally didn't even see that comment. React to The Ring. I would if I hadn't seen it before. I watched The Ring for my 13th birthday. Me and my friends all huddled together in my bedroom and watched The Ring on a tiny, tiny TV. We probably should have watched it on a much bigger TV, but honestly, we were scared enough. I had a very small TV with a built-in VCR in my bedroom, and we all got together on the floor with the TV like right in front of us because the screen was so small, and we watched The Ring. I will always remember that. We were like, back then we were freaked out by it, but like if I rewatched that movie today, I bet I would just be bored by it. I don't think I would be scared at all. I feel like The Ring is a very good like introductory horror movie for children. Like I genuinely do, because I feel like it's freaky enough for them to like understand kind of what horror is, but like it's not a great horror movie. There's probably better movies for kids that are horror, but I don't know. I'm just speaking from my own experience watching it at the age of 13 and being totally freaked out. But totally fine with you looking it up. It's for your own good. I just think some of them aren't going to be your cup of tea, which is why I usually suggest only dramas. Yeah. Animal Crossing. Oh no, my island. I haven't been there since about August 2020. Gradage, my Animal Crossing comes in waves. I like will get really invested in it for like 2 weeks, and then I drop my Switch and I don't touch my island again for another like 2 months, and then I pick it back up again and I continue working. Right now I am working on, so I had an island that is still, the dream address is still active because I ended up getting a new Switch. So my first island will live forever in a dream address, which I'm very happy about because I visited it in my dreams on my current island with my current player. And it's just really cool seeing my first island. I'm still really proud of it and how it turned out. If anyone wants the dream address, let me know and I'll let you know what it is. I also have a tour video on YouTube actually of it if you'd rather watch that instead. Let me grab it. Where is my... Let me find my channel. It's been a while. Channels? Here it is. All right. This is my Animal Crossing channel that I had started a little bit ago that I will probably never put a video on again. This was like what I was gonna do for a secondary YouTube channel. The video specifically that I'm touring my first island is this video. And it was a mountain town with a hiking trail, and I love it. It was a lot of fun to make. My current island that I am working on is, it's the city of Valeris that is from the book series I'm currently reading. So I'm basically recreating a location in a fantasy book. And it's a very fun challenge. It's been a lot of fun making, but it's taken a really long time because I created 7 other accounts on my Switch so that I could have the full 8 houses, like the 8 player houses on the island, plus the 10 villagers. So my island is very house heavy. But I've got like this whole neighborhood with the shops and the museum all configured, and then there's going to be a lot of space for like forest and rivers and everything. I'm so excited. It's going to be a good time. But I still say Mediocre and Happy would make a great indie rock band name. It would. It would. Your phone pings thousands of times a day whenever they upload. That has to get old. Oh, Samuel, I have 0 notifications on my phone. The only app that I have notifications on is Discord DMs and Snapchats from my friends and Patreon comments and Pokemon Go. That is it. Those are the only notifications I have on my phone. Everything else I have notifications off, and I don't see anything until I open the app. Clearing out notifications and not having them is one of the best things you can do to make your phone not stressful and not overwhelm you. I didn't realize Ella was behind me. Her tongue is sticking out. You won't be able to see it, I don't think, but... I'm gonna turn my fan towards her so she can be cooled off. Enjoy. And point the cool air on her. I'm not subscribed to a ton of channels, so my sub feed mostly works. Beautiful. I should probably go through my subscriptions and get rid of some, but we'll see. I have a video someplace of me choking on Cheeto as I watch my friend play Alien Isolation because I was too scared. Wizard of Oz is the best for kids. Is that a horror movie, though? I would not consider it a horror movie. I actually love The Wizard of Oz. Lo-fi hip-hop Animal Crossing Islands to study to. Sort of, Tyler. I didn't put music as a backtrack to anything. Like, the study relaxing videos that I did was literally just the gameplay. Like, just straight up, I recorded myself playing the game, and the intention of the video was just to have like the sounds from the game as background noise. So if anyone just like didn't want to listen to music, but they just wanted, because those types of videos are actually really popular on YouTube, I learned, like just having any kind of video game, but just having like just the gameplay noises, like, so no talking, no commentary, just the game sounds. And what the thing about Animal Crossing that's really nice is that the music changes every hour. So there's dedicated tracks for each hour of the day. So I tried to record at different times because like the very early morning music is my favorite. Like the 4, 5, 6 a.m. music is perfection. And so I would try and record some videos then. And then for me, like the sound of like chopping trees, picking up items, digging holes, fishing, just anything in Animal Crossing, like the sounds is just really pleasant. So that was why I created those videos, was because at the time I was very big on listening to video game sounds while I was studying. I was in university at the time. And it was just really nice to be able to like study along to not music, not lo-fi, just something different. I love ambiance videos too. There's some really great channels that make really great ambiance videos. My favorites are like the coffee shop at Christmas time videos because it's like classical jazz music, and I really love the like fireplace or what was it, campfire in fall, so like the crunching of leaves and the sound of a campfire. Those videos are really good. And then there's been some folks that have created like Harry Potter ambiance videos, so they like mix together some songs and they'll do like different areas of the Hogwarts castle, so like the Great Hall or like the dungeons or the Gryffindor common room. And then it's just, I don't know, I love videos like that. I find that it's really good for focusing because music distracts me. I cannot listen to music if I'm trying to focus because a good song will come on and I'm distracted. I'm like here dancing and singing and I can't do it. I need something more, I need something that I can tune out, but that it's still giving me some stimulation, I guess. You can set Discord notifications to just be DMs. Yes, Jake. Yep. That is how I've only ever had Discord. I've never had notifications for Discord on desktop Well, I don't have notifications on Discord for desktop period because I always have Discord up. So I see DMs easily, but when I'm on my phone, I only have DMs come through. If you need help, I will show you. I can teach you, but Neverending Story is better than Wizard of Oz. So I've actually never seen Neverending Story. That maybe is one I'll react to on the channel. Who would be interested? Let me know. Who would be interested in Neverending Story? Just comment in chat if you're interested. Oh, Jake, she has not been there the whole time. She's been like outside, in the kitchen. She's been all over, but she has been here for the last, like, I don't know, maybe half an hour, 20 minutes or something. So I was so addicted to Animal Crossing when the pandemic started. I joined so many AC Discord servers and visited other players to sell my turnips at good prices. Quicks, I am still spending my bells from turnip prices on my island. Like, I have opened up my island, how many times? I've opened up my island 3 times, I think. And every single time I made a killing. Like, people that play Animal Crossing are so generous. I've had people leave me millions in bells before, like multiple trips. Like they came and dropped a whole pocket's worth of bells for me and then left and went back to their island and came back and dropped another pocket of bells. Like, people are crazy. People are so awesome. So yeah, I'm still spending bells because I think after that third turnip hosting, I think I had over 10 million bells. And I was like, what am I gonna spend them on? Upgrades, items, customizing. Are you looking forward to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet? I can't wait for that game. So Gradage, the only Pokemon games that I've played are Pokemon Go and Pokemon Arceus, but I've only played like 5 hours of Arceus. I like started it and then I just haven't picked it up since. I don't know if I'm gonna get any other Pokemon games. Maybe, we'll see. The reason I play Pokemon Go so much is because it's an active game. Like, I'm not sitting here on my Switch playing it. Like, I'm actually out and about and I'm walking around and there's incentive to play it. And that's why I love it so much. I don't know that I necessarily like am super into like Pokemon games where you're like sitting here and playing. I don't know. I really like Pokemon Go. You have 50 million bells in the bank. Damn. KK does have some bangers though. Yes. Doom Eternal has, yes, Quisty. Yes, I have definitely heard some Doom Eternal music. It is really, really good. It is really, really good. You live with the Wicked Witch and the Flying Monkeys. Initial Oz intro was scary to kids. Oh, I'm not doubting it. Samuel, I was kind of just referring to like modern horror. I feel like horror back then when the Wizard of Oz came out just wasn't a thing that existed. Like, I don't think that genre was even really, I don't think it was really a thing. I was referring to more to like the modern horror that we know today. Occasionally sleep too. Yeah, totally. I still throw on the Last of Us soundtracks every so often when I just want to vibe out. The Last of Us 2 has really good music in it. So good. What's your least favorite movie that you've already seen? Are you talking, Tyler, are you referring to like for the channel or like overall my least favorite movie that I've ever seen before? Because I can easily tell you my least favorite movie of all time, and I might anger some of you when I say what it is. I might piss some people off, but you let me know. You let me know, and I can say either or which one, but I set it to Discord DMs and events. Oh yeah, events is a good one. I maybe should do that too, but oh, Jake, I cannot handle Discord notifications. Nope. I'm not a Neverending Story fan very much, but the director just passed this week, so now would maybe be a good time to do it as tribute. That could be. I won't be able to do it this week, but I could do it like sometime soon. Did you watch all episodes of Clone Wars so far, or did you skip episodes? Will, every episode. I am committed to all 134 pieces of, well, it's 133 episodes, and then the last one is the theatrical film, which I watched already. Nope, we're doing it all. There's no reason for me to skip anything. There's a lot of filler episodes that I really enjoyed. The one that just went out today was the Shadow Warrior and Droid Adventure duology from the beginning of season 4. And the Droid Adventure duology, where like 3PO and R2 are going off on their own little adventure, Loved it. I love those droids. So yeah, filler episodes, I don't care. I had fun. I enjoyed them. Yeah, I don't skip anything. Because here's the thing, I wouldn't know what to skip. I'm not looking things up ahead of time. I don't want spoilers. I want to know what, like, yeah, I wouldn't even know what to skip. And I don't think it's fair to only watch what other people have decided are their favorite arcs, right? Because my favorite arcs might be other things that people might not like as much. So yeah, no, I'm not skipping anything. If there were gifts, then maybe not, but I was going to say it sounds like your finance background came in handy even in AC. Yeah, it did a little bit. I love the ambient sounds in the Metroid games, especially Metroid Prime Trilogy. Cool, cool. Interested in Neverending Story reaction? Okay, cool. Thank you. Neverending Story is a classic. That's one of my go-to movies when I just need to zone out and work on art since I've watched it so many times. Would love to see a reaction to it. Okay, cool. So a few of you have chimed in. I am definitely going to add it to the list. Has anyone suggested it, I wonder? Let me see. Has anyone suggested it? Not a single person has suggested Neverending Story to me. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. It is not in here. Out of all 200 and however many movies we have, not a single person has requested it. I listened to nothing but the Hades soundtrack, yeah. Least favorite movie overall. Okay, Tyler, my least favorite movie is 2001, A Space Odyssey. And I hate saying that because I love science fiction and I love movies like that, but I could not do it. I absolutely could not do it. My boyfriend at the time and this was years ago. This is like 2013. My partner and I at the time, we sat down to watch it and I was really excited and it bored me. It absolutely bored me to death. I was so uninterested and it was really a shame because I wanted to like it because I love sci-fi movies, especially like space related ones where like, you know, they're out in ships and stuff, but I don't know. I could not do it. I could not do it. And I remember enough scenes from that movie that I don't even know that I even want to attempt a secondary watch. Like, there's people that love the movie a lot, and like, that's fine. They can love the movie. That's totally fine. I've read reviews about the movie. I have read people that are so passionate about 2001, and they've explained why it's such a fantastic movie. And I'm like, I read it and I go like, cool. Like, I love that you love that, but I just do not feel the same way. So anyway, please do not let me and my opinion discourage you from watching it if you've never seen it. Juicy. Please give it a shot. You might love it, but for me, it just did not hit. And still to date, it is my lowest rated movie. Anytime anyone has ever asked me, like, what's a movie you didn't care for, that's the first one I think of. And it's always the first one I think of. Another one that I did not care for was Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I tried to read the book, didn't like the book. I stopped partway through. Movie, I fell asleep halfway through. That was another one that my boyfriend at the time, same one for 2001, A Space Odyssey. We sat down to watch Fear and Loathing, and I was just like, this is not my thing. Again, I was bored by it. What are your movies that you were bored by and that you didn't care for? I would be interested to know. Worst movie of all time is probably Jack and Jill. 2011. Oh, Adam Sandler. And who is this? Who's in it? Katie Holmes, Al Pacino. I think I've heard of it, but yeah, it's never been anything that I've wanted to watch. Is anyone suggested, I wonder? That one also does not have any suggestions, which maybe there's a good reason why. Worst movie of all time is 100% something that the vast majority of people have never heard of. I understand why 2001 is not for everyone. Yeah, 2001 being Least favorite movie is not at all surprising. The movie is meant to be slow and trippy, and it was made before the first moon landing, so the bits of accuracy in space was interesting, but that's it. Yeah, I feel like there were a lot of scenes in 2001 that just dragged on for what felt like eternity, and really dragged on. Like nothing was happening, and I'm like I don't know. And yeah, it's just not my thing. Like, I don't need a movie to be action, action, action all the time. Like, I don't. Like, for me, it's all about the story. And for me, like 2001, there was so much slow aspects to it with like no dialogue, to me, there was just not much happening. So for me, I'm all about the story. So it didn't land for that reason. Like, I can appreciate the attempt, and especially the year that it came out. Like, I can definitely appreciate like them making it and doing what they did, but yeah, it just was not my thing. And it's possible that had I been born in a different decade, and maybe if I was an adult by the time that 2001 Space Odyssey came out, like maybe I'd enjoy it more. But I mean, there's literally no way of finding that out. So The Hulk 2003 is boring. Have you seen anything else by Kubrick? If so, what do you think? Ooh, Sebastian, hello, by the way. Have I seen any Kubrick movies? Stanley Kubrick. Oh, let me just go to his Wikipedia quickly. Let's go to, is it Legacy? Oh, wait, is this? Oh yeah, this is enough. Okay, so A Clockwork Orange. That is one that I've always wanted to see, but I still haven't. So that is on my list to watch. And that one will be watched no matter if it's suggested or not. Like, that is definitely something that I want to watch one day. Full Metal Jacket. So I haven't seen the movie. However, I did watch Popcorn and Bed's reaction to it because I was really curious. So I've seen it in the sense that I've watched a reaction to it, but I haven't seen the film fully. Oh, what else has he made? Is this? Hang on. I just want a list. Can you just give me a list? Maybe I'll go to IMDb. Why am I even on Wikipedia? Here we go. IMDb. Known for director. What else? What else is in this list? So yes, you know what? The Shining. I have always wanted to watch The Shining. The only thing I know about The Shining is the bit of it that shows in the movie Twister, and I've watched the movie Twister a million times. So the only scenes I've watched have been the scenes that show in the movie Twister, but I've always wanted to watch The Shining. So yeah, Shining and The Clockwork Orange are on the list, but I have not seen anything else except for 2001. But yes, I do want to watch The Shining one day. One day. I need to know what all the hype is about. Have you watched Blade Runner? Yes, Quicks. I've watched the original Blade Runner. That was a Discord movie that I watched with people from Twitch last year. I didn't care for it. I rated it 2 stars out of 5. It was not my cup of tea. I didn't hate it or like super dislike it, but it was meh for me. That being said, I do still want to watch Blade Runner 2049. I haven't yet, but that is on my list. And that one has been suggested. How many times has that one been suggested? I think that one has had multiple suggestions. Yes, Blade Runner 2049 has been suggested twice on my list through my form. So there you go. You guys are getting a little bit of insight into my suggestions. Movie is so weird. I don't understand how people call that thing a classic. I think they call it a classic just because I feel like maybe it was one of the first spacey sci-fi movies. Because again, like the other person mentioned, we hadn't even been to the moon yet when that one came out. So I do think that it was probably like a really good, it was something unique and different for its time, I think. "2010 is a lot better than 2001. Ooh, I should check that one out, Jake. I should. Yes, Will, I'm excited too because of that reason. I'm very, very excited for Andor because of that. Juicy, you could not care about Interstellar. How dare. I'm just kidding. I say that because Interstellar is literally my favorite movie of all time. Like, a lot of people go, oh, I can't pick a favorite movie. No, I can, and it's been Interstellar ever since Interstellar came out. I've not seen a single movie since that has knocked it out of the top spot. Interstellar is my GOAT and will probably be my GOAT for a long time. I don't know if there's any other movie that will top that movie for me. But again, I'm all about the story. I love stories, and Interstellar for me has a phenomenal story that just hooked me in from the beginning, and I love Interstellar. I also really care about the dedication that they did to make sure that the science was as accurate as possible. I have a book called The Science of Interstellar that was written by Kip Thorne, who consulted on the movie, and he was the one that made sure the math for the black hole was as correct as we know it, and he made sure that things were as accurate as possible. And he wrote a book that talked more about the science of it, and he went into like what was speculation, what was an educated guess, and what was fact, like what we know factually. And it was awesome. It gave me a lot more appreciation for the movie reading that book, even though the movie is like a 100 out of 100 for me and always will be. The book just added that like additional context that really made me appreciate the movie even more. Adam Sandler and Adam Sadler playing a brother and sister. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever watch that. You should react to Deep Impact. It's my favorite end of the world movie. Yeah, make sure you suggest it. Thank you, Jake. What is the slowest paced movie that you think is great? Ooh, Tyler, I don't know if I have an immediate answer for you. I'd have to think on that one, to be honest. I would have to think on that one. Rubber? Watching 2001 in IMAX was really cool. Seeing the footage remastered was cool as heck. Oh yeah, I bet. That would have been awesome. Clockwork Orange is all right, but it's a bit of a rough watch. Okay, good to know. Thank you. I appreciate the heads up on that. The Shining is Kubrick. Yes. Paths of Glory. I think that one's been suggested before. That one sounds familiar. I feel like I've seen that one listed. What is it? Paths of Glory? Oh, maybe not. Nope, that one has not been suggested. That is another one that you could throw in. Oh. Ooh, someone just suggested Contact. I don't know who that was. I've already seen it, so I'm going to delete that suggestion. But thank you for the suggestion. Remember that at the top of my suggestion form, I do have a link to my Letterboxd. I would appreciate if you care about suggesting movies to me, especially if you're doing multiple, please check my Letterboxd first, just so that you're not wasting time suggesting movies that I've already seen and thus cannot first time react to. Which version of Blade Runner did you watch? Oh, good question. I don't know, because I didn't know there was more than one version. So I don't know what version of the first one that I watched. I'm not sure, Tyler. Twister is the ultimate movie you watch 100 times on cable when you flip the channel to it, no matter how many times. Jake, no, for me, Twister was like my go-to movie as a kid when I was at my grandparents' house. I would get Lay's chips and a 7-Up, and I would sit on the couch and I would throw the VHS into the VCR. I loved Twister. That is like 1000% a 5 out of 5 guilty pleasure movie. I do not care what other people think. I love Twister, and it is fantastic. And Cassie, Popcorn in Bed, is going to be reacting to it, and I am so excited. I am so excited. I'm going to get the uncut version and watch it along with her, and I cannot wait. I cannot wait. It's been so long since I've watched Twister with someone, so I will do it virtually with Cassie's recording. I'm so excited. Personally, think A Clockwork Orange is really not that good. Good to know. Blade Runner is good if you think about the psychology of the movie. I think once you see 2049, you'll probably appreciate the original more. I hope so, Jake. I hope so. That's why I don't want to write off 2049, because it's made in a different time. We've got different actors, so I think that it could be, yeah, it could be good to check out. I just don't know when I'm going to get to it, but one day. So A Few Good Men bored me so badly that I walked out at the halfway point. I was 16, so I had a shorter attention span. Yeah, that's a mood. I've only seen Interstellar once. I really should give it another go sometime. Jake, yes, you should. I don't know how many times I've watched Interstellar. It's a long movie, so it's not one that I watch, like I rewatch super often. Is that a monster? Oh my gosh. Hi, monster. How are you? It's good to see you. What was I saying? Interstellar. Yeah, I think I watch Interstellar now about once a year. And I feel like that's enough, right? Like even your favorite movies, you don't want to rewatch them too often because you don't want to get overwhelmed or bored by it or tired of it. So yeah, Interstellar is one I revisit about once a year. But there has been many times I've seen it more than once a year. Really just depends on my mood. That movie makes me cry so much. I cry not even at emotional scenes, like the music by Hans Zimmer. Oh my gosh, that soundtrack, like certain pieces of certain songs can just trigger the tears in me just from the music alone. Yeah. Yep. Hans Zimmer is incredible. I suggested Contact is based on it, so yeah, I have seen Contact. I saw it, I think it's been a few years since I've seen Contact. I've also seen Arrival. Arrival was really good too. I liked that one. I liked that one. The reason I liked Arrival so much was because the aliens or technology or whatever it was just so different from what we've seen before in any other kind of like spacey, futuristic sci-fi movie. I just thought it was really cool. And the lead actress, I can't remember her name now. Amy? Was it Amy Adams? Was that her? Let me check before I embarrass myself. Might have been Amy Adams. Yeah, Amy Adams. I am right. Her performance in Arrival was fantastic. I really enjoyed her character, and her performance was so good. So good. The Martian could... Jake, Martian is like my number 2 sci-fi movie. I love The Martian so much. That is another one I rewatch about once a year. I've read the book multiple times too. The audiobook for The Martian. Okay, so the audiobook for The Martian was my first audiobook ever, and it was the only one I could actually get through in its entirety because I was so entertained. The narrator for the audiobook really channeled Mark Watney's character so well. Like, to me, he sounded a lot like Matt Damon. So, and he verbally, he did such a great job at playing the character. And I loved it. It was a very, very good audiobook. Still the best one I've ever listened to. And I've listened to quite a few audiobooks now. And I'll always recommend The Martian. It's like, if anytime people say like I can't handle an audiobook, I can't listen to it, I'm like, try The Martian. And if you are not entertained by The Martian, then you just can't do audiobooks. And I'm like a firm believer of that. Your letterbox is like half of the things I've never seen before. I'm kind of impressed, Juicy. I'm kind of impressed by that, actually. For me, that was Speed. I wore out that VHS so much and it was glorious. Peak 90s Keanu. Love that. Monster, how are you today? It's good to see you, friend. Thank you for popping in to my YouTube stream. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. But yes, you're right. It could, Jake. It very much could. Blade Runner is visually groundbreaking. You can see its look replicated in basically every bit of Cyberpunk since then. Yes. You make a good point, Tyler. Yeah. Visually, it's a good movie. Like the visuals of the movie are good. Personally, not a fan of Nolan's movies now, not after watching Paprika and noticing it's just a much better and original version of Inception. Ooh, I haven't even heard of Paprika. Is that like... Hang on, let me check. Paprika. Okay, Google, I put in 2 Ks. You don't have to suggest me the vegetable dish, Paprika. Not this... Said Google and my phone heard me. No, I don't want the spice. I don't want the spice Paprika. I want the movie Paprika. 2006 sci-fi adventure. Oh, it's an anime. No wonder I haven't heard of it. No wonder I haven't heard of it. Animated science fiction psychological thriller film. Interesting. Cool. Have you seen Dune? I have not. Not yet. And I had Gladiator. No, I've actually not seen Gladiator. I have not. I'm pretty sure Gladiator has been suggested, though. Let me see. Yeah, Gladiator is in here more than once. Probably watched The Empire Strikes Back over 500 times. It's so many. I love Gravity, but I see it's already on your Letterboxd. Yes, yes it is. I don't remember when I watched Gravity. That would have been like pre-Letterboxd. For any movies that I saw pre-making my Letterboxd account, they won't have a date watched associated with them unless I've watched it since, like as a rewatch. But everything I watch now, I track on Letterboxd. It's so nice to be able to track my movies on this website. And then, yeah, anything like pre-Letterboxd, I've tried to go back in my memory and just think about like childhood movies, any other movies that I've seen. I'm sure that I'm missing movies anytime I think, because sometimes I randomly think of a movie and I'm like, oh, wow, it's been so many years since I've seen that. And then I immediately think, oh, do I have that on my Letterboxd? And then I quickly like go and add it. I've actually had a few suggestions on my form of movies that I had seen before, but they weren't on my Letterboxd. So then I quickly went and added them. There was a movie that I added fairly recently, actually. Can't remember though which one it was that I went, oh yeah, I have seen that. Margin Call with Kevin Spacey. Margin Call, so I had seen that many, many years ago, and I remember not liking it for some reason, but that's one that I really want to rewatch because it's about the 2008 financial crisis, and I think it's about Lehman Brothers realizing they were going bankrupt, if I remember correctly. Or maybe it was one of the other banks. But yeah, it was a movie that was like heavily focused on employees of a very particular firm during that whole issue in the US. Well, and globally at the end of the day, but yeah. That's one that's on my rewatch list one day. Hi Joe, welcome in. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind on chat. So if you send something and I don't like acknowledge it for a few minutes, don't think I'm ignoring you. I'm slowly making my way through the chat. slowly. Thank you, Joe. I really appreciate that though. Thank you. On a plane in 8 hours, so gonna go to bed, King. Have a good sleep. Have a safe flight. I don't know where you're going, but have fun. Have fun. Thoughts on Andor? Very excited. Very, very excited for it. I wasn't originally when I first heard of it, but the second trailer, the one that just came out like a few weeks ago, that trailer had me a lot more excited for the show. So I'm very excited to watch it and check it out. So, juicy. Yeah, I know. It sucks because like I really enjoy Kevin Spacey as an actor. Like I enjoy the stuff that I've seen him in. I enjoy how he acts. It's such a I hate when people end up I hate when like celebrities just or anyone. It sucks when people turn out to be like terrible people. Terrible people. Chosen, yes, I did. I subscribed to the Stupendous Wave. I looked it up. As soon as I read your comment, I looked it up and I subscribed to the channel. When you were talking about bowling, I wondered if you had seen Big Lebowski. Oh yeah. That was my first Uncut Cassie reaction, actually. I figured, you know what? I'll watch the full length. I don't always have time for things like that, but for Big Lebowski, I had to because it's such a good one. It's so chaotic, it's so silly, but it's so good and it's so quotable. And yeah, but the time that the Big Lebowski, the time before that I had watched it was in Discord with some of my friends, and my good friend Yed, he had never seen it before, and it immediately went into his top 5 as soon as we were done watching it. He was like, holy crap, I love that movie. That is like easily a top 5 movie for me. And so I was very happy to have been there when he watched it for the first time. It was a joy. Suggested a movie that PIB really loved. I just hope you didn't see it on our channel already. Let me see. What did you suggest? Did you suggest October Sky? I have not seen it, no. And like I said, I avoid reaction videos of movies I haven't seen before. The only one that I've watched was Full Metal Jacket, just because I was curious. And I kind of figured it wasn't going to be a one. What am I saying? I figured it wasn't going to be one that I would watch anyway. So I figured it was no harm to watch her watching it. So. Have you ever seen anything from the Star Trek franchise? No, Sebastian. However, this doesn't really count, but Galaxy Quest is going to be coming up very soon on the channel. I am very soon going to be watching the movie. The uncut version will go out on Patreon, and then I'll edit the movie and it'll go out on the channel. So Galaxy Quest is coming up. I know it's not technically a Star Trek movie. It's not part of the franchise, but I do know that it is a parody film of the Star Trek world. So I'm very excited to check it out. I've heard that you don't have to watch Star Trek to enjoy Galaxy Quest, which is the reason that I am going ahead and watching it. And I also, Spaceballs is another one that I want to check out. I know that's Star Wars. Those two movies, I feel like I should almost do them back to back, especially Spaceballs. I feel like I need to watch Spaceballs at this point, now that I'm very Star Wars informed. Big Lebowski is another movie. I don't understand how it's a classic, but I guess it's all right. Juicy, I think it's I think the reason why Big Lebowski is so popular is because like the style of humor in the movie just appeals to a lot of people. Like, I enjoy the movie because I was a bowler for most of my life, so the scenes in the bowling alley like are just really funny to me because the things they talk about, like, it's pretty accurate. Like, I have worked in a bowling alley. I've been very present in an adult league bowling alley, and like some of the things that people talk about, like, I don't know, it was appealing to me. And sometimes it's just fun to kick back to something really chaotic and silly like that. And I don't know, I can't really explain why I love The Big Lebowski. I think it's just like, I don't know, the dude abides. He's a chill character. I just like him. Thank you guys for the removing spoilers. I appreciate it. Thank you. I kind of skipped over the comments because I wasn't really sure what you were talking about anyway. So thank you for removing them, and thank you to other people for calling it out, I guess. I appreciate you. Thank you. How long does it take for you to edit one of your videos? Joe, it takes me, so for a movie that's about an average length, so like 2 hour 10, 2 hour 15 minutes, which I feel like is kind of what most movies fall into, like anywhere from 2 to 2.5 hours. It typically takes me at least 10 hours to get through an edit. And I usually split that up over multiple days, because it is very tough to sit here and it's tough to sit down and get an edit done start to finish in one go. Like, it's very, very difficult. So I talked about this a bit earlier, but my structure with it is I always edit my intro and my thoughts portions first and get those cut down with my silences taken out, my ums and uhs and all that stuff. I get all that removed. I add the time together, and then that tells me how long the movie, or like what the movie has to be cut down to, because for my channel, I don't want my movies reactions being over an hour long, and I don't want part 1, part 2s. I don't like those. So yeah, the intro will typically take me maybe like 20 minutes to edit. The thoughts review portion is sometimes like an hour, maybe not even that long. It really depends. The intro and the thoughts portion is the easiest to edit by far, which is also another reason why I do it first, because it just kind of eases me into the project. But getting through the movie itself is very difficult, and it takes a long time to get through. So that's the reason why that's the reason why at this point in time, and when I was doing Star Wars, I was only putting out like 1 reaction a week-ish, like a week and a half, because it's just me doing everything for right now. My dream is to have an editor one day so I can offload some or all of the work, because editing is by far the biggest task. It's a lot of work, and that's pretty standard, because Ashley Burton, it was on her Twitter and Instagram, she was talking about editing one of her videos, and she was kind of live tweeting it almost. So like 2 hours in, she tweeted about it, and then like 10 hours in, she tweeted again, and like she was kind of tweeting throughout. And I think that was Lord of the Rings extended version she was plugging away through. It's a lot of time. Yeah. And it's funny too, because like when you think about it, you're like, okay, the movie's like just over 2 hours long. So when I first started editing, I'm like, okay, movie's 2 hours long, so it'll take me like maybe 4 hours to edit it. Whoo, boy, was I wrong. It is not. That's not how it works. It's tough because like when you're editing a movie reaction, so obviously for me, like, I don't want to include every single reaction moment that I have in the YouTube video, because then that doesn't incentivize people to come to Patreon, which is obviously a goal of mine, is to get more people over there. So you got to leave some stuff out. And sometimes it's hard to know what to keep for YouTube and what to not have in the full or in the edited reaction. So that's kind of something I kind of just decide on the fly as I'm editing. And then too, it's like, okay, what parts of the movie do I include and what sentences do I take out, right? And that's also kind of something that you just kind of, like, every reactor is different. Like, if you watch the same movie by different reactors, like, some reactors will have left certain scenes in, other reactors will have taken those scenes out. Like, it really just depends on who's watching it and what they felt was important to keep and what was important to take out. And it's just, everyone's gonna have a different structure. Like, there's some people, like, for me, it's important for me to include something from every single scene. And that's just how my brain operates. But I've seen reaction videos where they take out whole scenes. Like, they skip like ahead, like, minutes and minutes. And like, for me, like, that's just not how I go about my videos. Like, I want to make sure that the overall plot is still covered, the important dialogue, the important statements, the important stuff for me. Like, I want to make sure that I include that. Even if I'm not visibly reacting to it at any given time, I still want to include it because I still feel like it's important. And that's why my reaction videos tend to be on the longer side compared to some other channels. Like, I've been to lots of other reactor channels, and there's some of them I'm like, how did you get your movie down to 18 minutes? Like, my brain just does not compute. I'm like, how did you cut out so much? But again, it's different styles, it's different editing styles. I'm not harping them. Like, it's totally fine that they've cut out so much of the movie. But for me, like, I don't know. I've tried, like, with Rain Man that just came out yesterday. I was convinced that Rain Man was going to be my shortest reaction, and it still was like 50 some minutes long. I went through my first round of editing and the movie was at 1 hour and 7 minutes. And I'm like, God damn it, really? Like, I thought I was doing so good. I'm like, oh yeah, this reaction's only going to be like 40 minutes long. Nope. It was not. So anyway, did the first round. It was 1 hour 07, and then I went back to the beginning and I started watching it again, and then I was a little bit more picky then about what I left and what I cut out. So then I managed to chop off like 12 minutes or something. I can't remember how long the video ended up being, but yeah, I went through a second time and I cut out like 12 more minutes of the video. So yeah. Oh, Jake Gyllenhaal is in October Sky. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. How long is this stream now? I've been live for just about 4 hours. We are at 3:59:22. So we definitely will wrap up soon. It is 7 p.m. here, so I am definitely ready to like have dinner, chill out for the night. We'll wrap it up here pretty soon, but I'm just gonna read the last few of these comments here. I agree with those who say Star Trek is not essential to enjoy a Galaxy Quest. Spaceballs is more of a direct parody where seeing this stuff is relevant. Yeah, cool. Have you seen The Mandalorian? No, Joe, but it is going to be watched for Patreon as soon as I'm through a few other Star Wars shows first. I'm kind of watching the TV shows in like Star Wars timeline order. So yeah, Mandalorian will be coming up probably later this year. So, favorite TV show? Ooh, Sebastian. It's a tie. It's a tie between The Expanse and Mr. Robot. Those are two shows that I recently watched for the first time, and I could not get over how incredible the shows were, especially Mr. Robot. Like, start to finish, Mr. Robot, in my opinion, is a masterpiece. I absolutely love that movie. And one of the episodes from season 4, the final season, is considered one of the best TV episodes that's ever been made. Like, if you look up the top 10 TV episodes ever, it is up there with like Breaking Bad episodes, Game of Thrones episodes. Like, yeah, there's one episode, that one episode that's claimed to be like one of the best is truly a phenomenal episode, and I love it. Love it. Ask the question about slow-paced movies. Did you not think of Interstellar? No, Interstellar is not slow-paced for me at all. Nope. I love Interstellar so much. I do not get bored by it. It is not slow-paced for me. Not at all. I thought of an actual question. I watched the full-length Batman. Was a conscious choice to not include the thoughts part, even if you record it later, to drive people to the YouTube edit. Am I reading that right? Was it a conscious choice to not include the thoughts part? So I do not include the thoughts part in my full-length ones. I don't include the intros that I do for YouTube and the thoughts portions that I do for YouTube. I do not have in my Patreon uncuts because I want to personalize it for Patreon. So Patreon folks get their own intro for those uncuts. I do the intro for Patreon. I greet them in. I thank them for their support and thank you for watching the full length. And then, yes, the reason why I don't include the thoughts at the end of the uncuts is because I do want people to go to the YouTube edits and watch it there. And that's just kind of something I decided from the beginning. And I think it works. So, yeah. Because, I don't know. I still want people, the uncut versions don't benefit me from, a view, being able to show brands, hey, my videos get X views, because those videos aren't public, right? They're unlisted. So, yeah, I still want my public videos to do well. So if people are interested in hearing my full thoughts and recap, I still want to drive them to the YouTube edited versions, which is why I only have those there. So you do, Jake, you do. Oh, it's okay, Tyler. I'm glad you asked. That's my strategy with it, I guess. The Clone Wars also has episodes that are considered some of the best of all time on IMDb, at least. Cool. Clone Wars episodes definitely did not show up in the one list that I had found online, but I think they were sticking more to live action TV shows. So I like your videos because it doesn't skip around too much. I feel other people chop too much out in hopes to improve viewer retention. I feel they end up chopping too much out. Yeah, I think that's possible, Joe. Viewer retention is important, but at the same time, with some of my reaction videos, okay, Ryan, bye. I hope you've enjoyed your time here. Thank you for hanging out. Looking forward to the recap. Oh, yes. Sorry. For some reason, Tyler, I thought that you were referring to one of the Dark Knight movies. I'm so sorry. When you said Batman, it didn't even click to me that you were talking about Batman 1989, yes, that one is coming out next week on YouTube. For those of you that don't know what movie is next, it is Batman 1989, and you can look forward to that reaction very soon. The full length is on Patreon if you're interested. Sorry, Tyler. I totally thought you were referring to one of the Dark Knight movies. I don't know why. And I was about to be the thoughts, you can go watch the thoughts on the video on YouTube. I'm so sorry. You can tell it's the end of the stream now and I'm ready to just rest my brain. But Joe, I do appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily mind watching reactions that have a lot chopped out of them. For example, just to touch on another reactor with a different style. So Ashley Burton. Ashley, to me, cuts out a lot of the movie. I feel her strategy, and I mean, if Ashley ever happens to watch this, let me know, email me to confirm. But I feel her strategy is based on watching her reactions and knowing what the editing process is. I feel Ashley edits around what she says. So it's not necessarily about including specific plot points, but more what is something that she said? What did she react to? Let's only include that. And then if there's anything else around it that maybe she didn't have anything to say about, she just cuts it out completely. I feel that's more her strategy, which is a very good strategy. The only downside is for my reactions, because I don't talk a lot for a good portion of the movie. If I edited the way she does, there would almost be nothing to watch, because I'm more of a silent reactor where I react a lot with facial expressions. I say just little quips here and there, and I try not to get off on too many long tangents, because then I'm gonna end up missing parts of the movie and then I'm gonna get confused, and that's not fun to watch. I know it's not fun to watch, so that's just kind of how I go about it. Oh, favorite animated movie, Inside Out. What's your favorite meme? Oh gosh. My favorite meme currently is the one that's going all over Twitter right now, where it's a guy and a girl at a festival, and the girl is like yelling into the guy's ear, and he's just standing there with this like I don't give a shit look on his face. It's so good. I did my own meme for it. I tweeted it. Was it yesterday? I'll link it in chat for y'all if you want to see, and follow me on Twitter if you also have Twitter. So for those of you that like Metallica, you will understand this meme, but this was the one, this was the meme, like the sentence that I created from the photo. But people are using this photo all over Twitter right now to like rant about all kinds of different niche topics. It is so good. I have enjoyed watching everybody's versions of this meme. It's been so awesome. So that's my favorite one right now. Oh, favorite metal band of all time, Metallica. Metallica's my ride or die. I've been listening to them since I was 14. Well, technically since I was younger, but I really got into them at the age of 14, and they've been an almost daily listen ever since. I never get tired of them. I do take breaks from them sometimes, and I'll go like maybe 2 weeks without listening to any of their songs, but then I always jump right back in. I love Metallica. And that meme is Metallica related, so I know Davies was so good. so good. Okay, let me drink some water, because you know how when you talk a lot and your tongue feels like sandpaper? I'm at that stage right now. So here's what I'm gonna say. We're gonna wrap this up. I just want to say, like, thank you so much, especially those of you like Tyler, Quicks, Gradage, like some of you have been here for hours, and I just want to say thank you so much. Chosen, like you've been here for a long time. Jake, both Jakes have been here for a long time. Juicy, you've been here for the last little bit. Like, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. There was a lot of folks here earlier as well that were here for a good amount of time. I really appreciate you coming by for my very first stream here on YouTube. I would love to do this more often. Like I said, I'm thinking about once every 3 months is probably at this point like a good amount of like a good frequency of streams. I do want to do a celebration stream when I hit 10,000 subscribers, because I think that is a really good milestone to come back on here and just have another chit chat session and connect with a lot of you guys and just talk about movies, TV shows, music. I love sitting down and just talking about our hobbies and interests and all that kind of stuff. So thank you so much. And if you're interested, Patreon for lots of other stuff, voting, uncut reactions, Clone Wars, more Star Wars TV shows, all of like the extra over and above stuff is on Patreon. I keep my uncut reactions a very low price to get access to. It's only $2 Canadian per month, which I think is $1.50 US. Other reactors price it at like $10 or higher. I don't, because I just find that personally, I don't want to lock those behind a big paywall. So I lock my exclusive reactions behind a bit of a higher price, but the uncut stuff I keep very reasonable. So if you're ever interested in watching along to the whole movie with me, that is where to do it. That goes all the way back to like Star Wars: A New Hope, the very first movie that I did. If you want to follow me on socials, Instagram, Twitter are the ones that I'm active on the most. I do have a TikTok, but I'm not creative for TikTok. I like watching TikToks. Creating them is a whole other challenge. What else? Twitch. I stream on Twitch twice a week, Sunday nights and Tuesday nights. If you're interested in more live streams of me, come to Twitch. There has been quite a few of you from YouTube that do come on Twitch regularly, and it's really nice to see you. So if you're ever interested, swing on by. Let me know if you're from here. And yeah, come watch me play video games. And then, what else? Is there anything else? I haven't talked about my merch at all, but I do have 2 merch stores. I just set up one to integrate with my YouTube channel. I've got like movie reaction style designs. So I've got like a KL Let's Press Play design. I have like a reel, like a movie reel design with it. And then I also have like one of the quotes that I said in Return of the Jedi? I have a quote from that reaction that I've like designed into a design that you can get on like a shirt or a coffee mug or whatever. It's the Luke and Leia one. What was the quote that I said? It was like, Luke and Leia are twins. Like, they've kissed though, like that's awkward. I can't remember exactly what the quote was, but I turned it into a design that's on merch. So if you're ever interested, we do have that. And I think that's it. So Jake, thank you so much for posting all the information into chat. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Gradage, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Juicy, thank you for being here. Oh, it's okay, Tyler. It's okay. Like, just to be clear, like, we can talk about other stuff during my Twitch streams. Like, we don't have to always talk about the game. Like, yes, I play the game, but we often go off on tangents about all kinds of things. We talk about, yeah, we talk about a lot. So, but also you don't have to talk in the Twitch chat if you don't want to. There's a lot of people that just pull me up to watch and they lurk, and that's fine. And I'm sure that there were lurkers in the stream here today too. So if anyone is lurking, I appreciate you so much. Anyway, all right, thank you all. I'm gonna end the stream if I can figure out how. There is a giant end stream button here, so I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the first step. And then what to do after that, I really don't know, but we'll figure it out. Anyway, this is so weird. At the end of my Twitch streams, I always rate someone, but I am not gonna do that here on YouTube because I don't know how. And I think that the person that I would want to raid has to approve me anyway. So we're just gonna end the stream. Lebowski, hello. Thank you so much for being here. All right, friends, thank you again. I really appreciate you all, and we will see you in the next reaction video. Goodbye.